Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
Hey there! I'm excited to share some transformative Stoic principles that have helped me build confidence and resilience. Practicing Stoicism isn't about suppressing emotions. It's about learning to respond thoughtfully to life's challenges and focusing on what truly matters. I've found that real confidence doesn't come from external achievements or others' approval. It's built by aligning my actions with my values and staying resilient in the face of setbacks. In this journey, I've discovered key practices like cultivating a positive mindset, focusing on priorities, and building self-discipline. These Stoic lessons have helped me stay grounded, motivated, and clear in my purpose. I hope these ideas inspire you to develop your inner strength and approach life's challenges with confidence and calm. Let's dive in. 1. Cultivating a positive mindset. A positive mindset is foundational for navigating life's challenges with resilience and confidence. Stoicism teaches that while we cannot control external events, we can control our interpretations of them. This mental flexibility allows us to choose a constructive, optimistic outlook in the face of adversity. As Epictetus famously said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This insight reminds me that confidence is not about having an ideal life, but about shaping my response to whatever life presents. Before adopting this Stoic principle, I often let negative thoughts dictate my mood and reactions. Worries about failure, self-doubt, and what others thought of me would cloud my mind, weakening my confidence. Stoicism's emphasis on controlling thoughts encouraged me to start reframing how I interpret setbacks, mistakes, or uncertainties. This shift has been transformative, empowering me to view life through a lens of growth rather than limitation. Now, I see challenges as opportunities to strengthen my resilience rather than as threats to my confidence. One of the Stoic practices that has helped me build a positive mindset is the art of reframing. Reframing involves consciously adjusting our perspective on situations, particularly those that seem negative or daunting. For example, instead of viewing a mistake as a failure, I now try to see it as a valuable lesson. This approach has helped me redefine challenges as steps in my journey towards self-improvement, not as measures of my worth or success. By choosing constructive interpretations, I cultivate resilience and confidence, even when things don't go as planned. To make positivity a habit, I integrate daily affirmations and self-reflection exercises. Each morning, I set aside a few moments to affirm my strengths, my goals, and my ability to handle life's unpredictabilities. This practice doesn't just lift my spirits. It reinforces a mindset rooted in optimism and possibility. Self-reflection in the evening, where I review my actions, thoughts, and responses to the day's events, further strengthens this habit. Through these exercises, I gain insight into my thought patterns, helping me correct negative thinking and reinforce positive interpretations. The benefits of a positive mindset extend beyond immediate reactions to setbacks. I've found that it fosters a more balanced approach to all of life's interactions. When faced with criticism, instead of reacting defensively, I now see it as an opportunity to learn and grow. When uncertainty arises, I remind myself that challenges are a natural part of life's journey. This change has shifted my focus from avoiding difficulties to embracing them, and with each encounter, I feel my confidence deepen. Stoicism has shown me that optimism isn't about ignoring difficulties, but about choosing a response that empowers me. By making a habit of reframing and self-reflection, I've created a mindset that reinforces inner strength, reduces anxiety, and encourages me to face life's uncertainties with a steady sense of self-assurance. This approach has not only boosted my confidence, but has also helped me cultivate a more resilient, optimistic view of myself and the world around me. 2. Practicing mindfulness and presence. Mindfulness, or the practice of being fully present in the moment, is an essential Stoic principle that brings clarity, calm, and a stronger sense of confidence. In a world where we are constantly bombarded by information and distractions, it's easy to get caught up in thoughts of the past or worries about the future. Practicing mindfulness helps us tune into the present, enabling us to experience life fully while letting go of anxieties over things outside our control. Marcus Aurelius, one of Stoicism's most prominent figures, emphasized this practice, advising us to confine yourself to the present. By embracing this mindset, I find greater confidence in my ability to face challenges, knowing I am grounded in the here and now. Before integrating mindfulness into my life, I frequently found myself overwhelmed by thoughts about things I couldn't change or control. Worries about future outcomes or past mistakes consumed my mind, draining my energy and reducing my ability to enjoy the present moment. However, Stoicism's emphasis on presence and acceptance has been instrumental in shifting my focus. By learning to anchor myself in the present, I am able to approach situations calmly, making decisions based on what's happening now instead of being influenced by imagined future fears or past regrets. Mindfulness also helps me engage more fully in everything I do, which in turn boosts my confidence. When I am truly present, whether in a work task, a conversation, or even a personal hobby, I give my best effort, unclouded by distractions. This sense of deep engagement brings about a feeling of mastery and accomplishment, reinforcing my belief in my own abilities. I find that when I'm fully focused, I'm better able to make clear, thoughtful decisions, and I can respond to challenges with greater clarity and resilience. To make mindfulness a habit, I incorporate simple practices throughout my day. I start with brief breathing exercises each morning to center myself and set a calm tone for the day. Whenever I feel my mind drifting, I use my breath as an anchor to bring me back to the present. For example, during high-pressure situations, I pause and take a few deep breaths to calm my mind, allowing me to refocus and respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. These short pauses have been instrumental in helping me stay centered, particularly when faced with stressful or overwhelming situations. Mindfulness doesn't just involve controlling thoughts, it also involves cultivating a sense of gratitude for the present. The Stoics encouraged practicing gratitude as a way to appreciate life's simple moments, rather than constantly striving for something more. I've learned to savor these small moments of joy, whether it's a meal, a walk outside, or time spent with loved ones. This practice of gratitude keeps me grounded and reminds me that life is happening here and now, making me feel more content and secure in the present moment. By practicing mindfulness and being present, I feel more in control of my life. I am no longer lost in regrets or anxieties, but instead approach each day with clarity and purpose. This sense of focus, calm, and gratitude has strengthened my inner confidence, allowing me to face life's challenges with a steady and assured mindset. 3. Embracing a continuous learning mindset. A continuous learning mindset is central to Stoic philosophy, encouraging us to stay curious, adaptable, and open to growth throughout our lives. Stoicism teaches that wisdom is the highest virtue, and that knowledge is never complete. Epictetus once said, "It is impossible for a man to learn what he thinks he already knows," a reminder that confidence doesn't come from believing we know everything, but from being open to learning and growth. This insight has been transformative for me, shifting my focus from needing to be right to being willing to grow. Before adopting this mindset, I often felt hesitant about unfamiliar situations, fearing that I wasn't adequately prepared or that I would make mistakes. But by embracing Stoicism's principles, I've reframed my view of learning from something that only happens in formal settings to something continuous and embedded in daily life. I no longer see unfamiliar situations as tests of my abilities. Instead, I see them as opportunities to expand my understanding and resilience. Each new experience or challenge, whether successful or not, adds to my personal growth. This learning mindset has freed me from the pressure of perfectionism. Instead of fearing mistakes, I now view them as essential steps on the path to improvement. The Stoics believed that failure and setbacks were among life's greatest teachers, helping us build resilience and adaptability. Seneca advised, "Difficulties strengthen the mind, as labor does the body." By embracing this philosophy, I feel less discouraged by challenges or failures, understanding that each one contributes to my growth and makes me more capable in the future. To cultivate this mindset, I actively seek new experiences and knowledge, whether through reading, engaging in discussions, or trying new activities. For instance, I set a personal goal to learn something new each day, no matter how small it may be. This could be a new concept, a skill, or even a new perspective gained from a conversation. This practice reinforces that growth is always within reach, and that my confidence is built on my adaptability and willingness to learn, rather than on static knowledge or expertise. In addition to external learning, the Stoics emphasize the importance of self-knowledge. Marcus Aurelius advised that we should dig within, as within is the fountain of good. This reflection helps me understand my thoughts, values, and motivations more deeply, providing a foundation for genuine self-improvement. By reflecting on my actions and thoughts, I can identify areas for growth, correct negative patterns, and strengthen my character. This process has helped me see that confidence is rooted in self-awareness and the humility to acknowledge areas for improvement. Finally, a learning mindset makes me more adaptable and resilient in the face of uncertainty. Life is unpredictable, but by staying open to learning, I trust that I can handle whatever comes my way. This adaptability, rather than a rigid need to have all the answers, fosters a deep-seated confidence. In embracing lifelong learning, I build a flexible, resilient mind, ready to face challenges and grow through each experience. 4. Focusing on what matters. In today's world, it's easy to get swept up in distractions, from social media and consumer culture to the constant demands of work and personal obligations. Stoicism, however, teaches the importance of focusing on what truly matters in life. Epictetus expressed this insight beautifully, saying, "Wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants." This has helped me realize that real fulfillment, and consequently confidence, doesn't come from accumulating achievements or material goods, but from dedicating myself to my core values and focusing on what aligns with my purpose. Before embracing this mindset, I often found myself stretched thin, trying to meet various expectations and chase goals that didn't genuinely resonate with me. I thought that confidence was built through external accomplishments or the approval of others. However, Stoicism has shown me that confidence grows when we prioritize what is genuinely meaningful, by identifying and committing to the things that matter most, whether they be personal growth, relationships, kindness, or creativity. I feel more grounded, secure, and intentional in my daily life. One way I practice this focus is by periodically revisiting and clarifying my values. I ask myself, what do I truly care about? And does this goal or task align with those values? This exercise has helped me become more selective about how I spend my time and energy. For example, rather than pursuing activities purely for external validation, I now focus on actions that reflect my core values and bring lasting fulfillment. This realignment has given me a sense of purpose and direction, making me feel more confident in my choices. Focusing on what matters also involves letting go of the need for external validation. It's natural to want to be appreciated or recognized by others, but Stoicism reminds us that these opinions are outside our control. Marcus Aurelius advised, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." This teaching underscores the importance of inner values over outward recognition. By concentrating on what's meaningful to me, I no longer rely on others' opinions to define my worth. Instead, my confidence grows from knowing I am living authentically, aligned with my principles. This focus also means learning to set boundaries and say no to commitments that don't align with my purpose. I've learned that saying no is essential to protect my energy for what truly matters. While this was challenging at first, it has been empowering. By choosing to engage only in activities that resonate with my values, I feel a stronger sense of ownership over my time and a deeper confidence in my decisions. Ultimately, focusing on what matters leads to a simpler, more intentional life. The Stoics believed that simplicity is key to a meaningful existence, as it clears away the clutter that detracts from our inner peace. As I concentrate on my values and priorities, I find that I am less affected by life's distractions. This clarity provides a strong foundation for self-assurance, giving me the confidence to navigate life's complexities with a steady and clear mind. By dedicating myself to what truly matters, I cultivate a sense of fulfillment that is grounded in purpose rather than in fleeting achievements or external validation. 5. Practicing self-reflection. Self-reflection is one of the most powerful tools for personal growth and is central to Stoic philosophy. Stoicism teaches that self-awareness and honesty are essential for a meaningful life. The Stoics believed that by regularly examining our thoughts, actions, and motivations, we gain clarity about who we are, what we value, and where we need to improve. Seneca, a famous Stoic philosopher, recommended daily self-reflection, advising, "We should every night call ourselves to account." This practice has profoundly impacted my confidence and sense of purpose, as it helps me understand myself better and make decisions that align with my values. Before incorporating self-reflection into my routine, I often reacted impulsively to situations without considering my deeper motivations. This lack of awareness sometimes led to choices that didn't truly reflect my values, leaving me feeling disconnected or dissatisfied. Embracing self-reflection has helped me correct this tendency. By dedicating time each day to examine my actions and thoughts, I better understand my strengths, weaknesses, and the areas where I want to grow. This intentional introspection has fostered a grounded confidence as I now make choices from a place of self-awareness rather than reacting on autopilot. One of the most effective ways I practice self-reflection is through journaling. Each evening I set aside a few minutes to write about my day. What did I do well? Where did I fall short? What emotions or thoughts influenced my actions? This process is not about self-criticism, but about learning and growth. By identifying patterns in my behavior, I can actively work on improving aspects of myself that hold me back while celebrating progress in areas where I've grown. This consistent journaling practice helps me stay focused on my values and goals, reminding me of what truly matters to me. Self-reflection also allows me to catch negative patterns and reframe them constructively. For instance, if I notice that I reacted defensively in a conversation, I can explore why that happened and think of ways to respond more mindfully in the future. This practice of examining and refining my responses has improved my interactions with others and reinforced my self-confidence, as I feel more in control of my reactions and less driven by impulsive emotions. In addition to daily reflections, I find it helpful to set aside time each month to review my progress and recalibrate my goals. During these sessions, I assess how well I've aligned with my values and whether my actions support my long-term vision. This process keeps me on track and ensures that I'm growing intentionally, fostering a deeper confidence rooted in purpose and self-awareness. Self-reflection has taught me that confidence doesn't come from perfection, but from being honest about who I am and committed to becoming the best version of myself. By consistently examining my actions, thoughts, and goals, I cultivate a mindset of growth, clarity, and resilience. This ongoing journey of self-discovery and improvement builds a profound inner confidence, helping me face life's challenges with authenticity and strength. 6. Building resilience in the face of challenges. Resilience is a core Stoic principle and a fundamental quality for developing confidence. Life inevitably presents us with difficulties, setbacks, disappointments, unexpected challenges, but Stoicism teaches that true strength lies not in avoiding these obstacles, but in how we respond to them. Epictetus reminded us, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This insight emphasizes that resilience is a choice, a deliberate practice of maintaining calm and control even when faced with adversity. Embracing this perspective has helped me become more adaptable and less shaken by life's unpredictable nature. Before integrating resilience into my mindset, I often felt overwhelmed by challenges and feared failure, seeing obstacles as threats to my progress. But Stoicism has taught me to view these difficulties as opportunities to grow stronger and develop my inner character. Instead of fearing setbacks, I now try to see them as necessary steps on my journey, helping me build resilience and fortifying my confidence to handle future challenges. This shift has made me less likely to give up when things get tough, and has instilled in me a deeper sense of trust in my own capabilities. One way I actively build resilience is by practicing premeditatio malorum, or the premeditation of evils, a Stoic exercise that involves mentally preparing for potential challenges or setbacks. By envisioning difficulties that might arise, I can imagine my responses and consider solutions, helping me approach situations with a calm, composed attitude when they actually occur. This practice has been transformative because it removes the element of surprise from hardships, allowing me to confront them with confidence and a sense of preparedness. Additionally, I remind myself that resilience is about accepting imperfection and being okay with failure. The Stoics believed that failure is not something to fear, but a valuable teacher. Seneca wrote, "Difficulties strengthen the mind, as labor does the body." When I encounter failure, I no longer see it as a reflection of my worth, but as a temporary setback and a chance to learn. This shift in perspective has been liberating. I'm more willing to take risks, knowing that my confidence doesn't hinge on always succeeding, but on my ability to learn and grow from every experience. Resilience also involves managing emotions, especially during challenging times. I practice grounding techniques, such as deep breathing, when I feel stressed or overwhelmed. These moments of pause allow me to regain control over my reactions, helping me approach challenges with a clear mind and steady resolve. By grounding myself in the present and focusing on what I can control, I minimize the impact of external events and maintain a sense of inner stability. Finally, I reflect on past challenges that I've overcome, reminding myself of my strength and resilience. Reflecting on these victories, even the small ones, reinforces my confidence in my ability to handle future obstacles. Each time I face a hardship and emerge stronger, my resilience and self-assurance grow, creating a foundation of confidence built not on easy successes, but on the triumph over adversity. By embracing resilience as a daily practice, I cultivate a steady, adaptable mindset that helps me navigate life's ups and downs with confidence. This resilience not only strengthens my character, but also deepens my trust in my own ability to face challenges with courage and composure. 7. Practicing gratitude. Daily. Gratitude is a powerful Stoic principle that fosters inner peace, resilience, and confidence. By focusing on the blessings and positives in our lives, we develop a mindset that appreciates the present moment rather than constantly yearning for more. Epictetus expressed this idea beautifully. He is a wise man who does not grieve for the things which he has not, but rejoices for those which he has. Practicing gratitude has shown me that true wealth lies not in acquiring more, but in fully appreciating what I already have. This shift has brought a sense of fulfillment that fuels my confidence and contentment. Before incorporating gratitude into my daily routine, I often found myself focusing on what I lacked. I'd dwell on things I hadn't achieved, possessions I didn't own, or future goals I hadn't reached. This lack mindset created an undercurrent of dissatisfaction, making it difficult to feel confident or satisfied. By practicing gratitude, I've learned to redirect my focus to the present and recognize the abundance in my life. This change has reduced feelings of inadequacy and scarcity, replacing them with a deeper sense of appreciation and self-assurance. One of the simplest but most transformative ways I practice gratitude is through daily journaling. Each evening, I take a few minutes to write down 3 things I'm grateful for. These can be as simple as a warm meal, a conversation with a friend, or the opportunity to learn something new. This habit may seem small, but it has profoundly impacted my outlook. By consistently acknowledging the positives in my life, I reinforce a mindset that sees the good in each day, regardless of what challenges I may be facing. Gratitude has also taught me to appreciate the journey rather than fixating solely on outcomes. Instead of focusing exclusively on future goals, I've started valuing the steps I take each day. This shift allows me to celebrate progress and enjoy the process of growth, which naturally builds confidence. When I focus on small victories and appreciate the present, I feel more grounded, recognizing that each day contributes to my overall development. In addition to journaling, I've incorporated mindfulness exercises that emphasize gratitude. For instance, during moments of stress or self-doubt, I pause and reflect on things that are going well in my life. This practice helps me shift my perspective from what's going wrong to what's going right, reinforcing a more balanced and resilient mindset. I find that these mindful pauses allow me to respond to challenges with a clearer, more confident frame of mind, as I am reminded of the strengths and resources I already possess. Practicing gratitude doesn't mean ignoring struggles. Rather, it helps me view them in the context of a life filled with blessings. When I focus on what I have rather than what I lack, I develop a stronger foundation of contentment and security. This feeling of abundance strengthens my inner peace and resilience, giving me a quiet confidence that isn't easily shaken by setbacks. By cultivating gratitude daily, I've transformed my outlook on life. I am no longer driven by a sense of inadequacy or scarcity, but by appreciation for the present. This approach has deepened my resilience and enriched my confidence, helping me navigate life's challenges with a steady sense of fulfillment and optimism. 8. Understanding and defining personal beliefs. Knowing and living by our values is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy, providing a strong foundation for confidence, resilience, and purpose. When we are clear on our personal beliefs, we no longer need to seek validation or approval from others because we are already grounded in what truly matters to us. Epictetus advised, "First, know who you are, and then adorn yourself accordingly," reminding us that confidence and self-assurance come from aligning our actions with our core beliefs. Embracing this Stoic approach has helped me gain clarity on what I stand for, allowing me to make decisions with conviction and peace. Before defining my values, I often felt pulled in different directions, seeking validation from others and adjusting my behavior to meet external expectations. This created a sense of internal conflict, as I wasn't always acting in a way that reflected who I truly was or what I valued. But through self-reflection and understanding my beliefs, I've learned to trust my own values as the guiding force behind my decisions, reducing the need for external approval. This alignment has given me a profound sense of confidence and clarity, knowing I am living in accordance with my principles. To define my values, I began by reflecting on the qualities and principles that matter most to me. I asked myself questions like, what do I want to stand for? And what qualities do I admire and want to embody? This exercise helped me identify values such as integrity, kindness, growth, and authenticity. By articulating these beliefs, I created a personal compass that I use to guide my actions, relationships, and goals. This compass has become invaluable, providing a clear sense of direction and purpose. Living by these values has simplified my decision-making process. When faced with a difficult choice, I now consider whether my decision aligns with my core beliefs. If it does, I feel confident in moving forward. If it doesn't, I re-evaluate my options. This approach eliminates much of the second-guessing and self-doubt that used to plague my decisions. Instead of relying on others' opinions to validate my choices, I am guided by my own values, which brings a steady, grounded confidence. Defining my beliefs has also strengthened my resilience. By staying true to my principles, I can handle criticism or opposition more gracefully. Knowing that my decisions are rooted in values I deeply respect enables me to stand firm, even when others disagree. This alignment with my beliefs shields me from the instability that comes from constantly adjusting to fit others' expectations, reinforcing my sense of self-worth and inner stability. Self-reflection has been key in maintaining alignment with my beliefs. I periodically review my actions, asking myself if I am living in a way that honors my values. This practice keeps me accountable and ensures that my confidence is based on authenticity and consistency, not on fleeting accomplishments or external praise. By understanding and defining my personal beliefs, I have developed a confidence rooted in purpose and integrity. Living according to these principles has given me clarity, resilience, and a deep sense of peace, helping me navigate life's challenges with assurance and self-respect. 9. Having a clear vision for the future. A clear vision for the future is essential for building confidence, focus, and resilience. Stoicism teaches that knowing where we want to go and why gives us direction and a sense of purpose, helping us navigate life's challenges with a steady mind. Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher, wrote, "People who labor all their lives but have no purpose to direct every thought and impulse toward are wasting their time." This insight reminds me that true confidence doesn't come from working aimlessly or accumulating random achievements, but from pursuing goals aligned with our values and long-term vision. Before I developed a clear vision, I often felt scattered, jumping from one goal to another without a real sense of purpose. I would start projects with enthusiasm, but quickly lose motivation, feeling uncertain about whether my efforts were leading me toward anything meaningful. Stoicism taught me that clarity of purpose simplifies life's complexities, helping me focus on what truly matters. By defining a clear vision, I now approach my goals with greater commitment, knowing that each step I take is contributing to something I genuinely care about. Creating my vision began with introspection. I asked myself questions like, what kind of life do I want to live? And what do I hope to accomplish that aligns with my values? By reflecting on my passions, values, and long-term aspirations, I gained a clearer picture of the future I wanted to work toward. This vision includes both personal and professional goals, such as cultivating meaningful relationships, achieving financial independence, and continually growing in wisdom and kindness. Defining these goals has provided me with a mental map, which serves as my guide whenever I face difficult decisions or setbacks. Having this vision has also made it easier to prioritize my time and energy. When new opportunities arise, I ask myself whether they align with my long-term goals. If they don't, I feel comfortable saying no without guilt, knowing that staying focused on my vision is more important than being busy. This approach has simplified my life, reducing distractions and freeing up time for the pursuits that truly matter. By dedicating myself to my core goals, I feel a deeper sense of satisfaction and confidence as I am continually progressing toward a future I find meaningful. A clear vision also serves as an anchor during challenging times. When I encounter setbacks, I remind myself of the bigger picture and the reasons behind my efforts. This perspective shift helps me stay resilient, as I understand that temporary obstacles don't define my journey, they're simply part of it. With a strong sense of purpose, I feel better equipped to persevere, trusting that every effort, even in adversity, brings me closer to my vision. Finally, having a clear vision helps me celebrate small victories along the way. Each achievement, no matter how minor, feels like a step forward, reinforcing my commitment and boosting my confidence. I am no longer chasing fleeting successes, but building a life aligned with my purpose. This sense of direction keeps me grounded, focused, and inspired to keep moving forward. In sum, cultivating a clear vision has brought focus, resilience, and fulfillment to my life. By knowing where I'm headed and why, I approach each day with a sense of purpose and a confidence rooted in long-term values, not short-term gains. 10. Practicing self-discipline. Self-discipline is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy and an essential tool for building resilience, focus, and inner strength. In a world full of distractions and temptations, cultivating self-discipline allows us to stay grounded, act according to our values, and make progress toward our goals. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus emphasized this by stating, "No man is free who is not master of himself." In this sense, freedom is not the ability to indulge in every impulse, but the power to control our actions and make deliberate choices. Practicing self-discipline has transformed my life, allowing me to align my actions with my goals and live with a sense of purpose and integrity. Before embracing Stoic principles of self-discipline, I often felt swayed by my emotions, immediate desires, and external pressures. I would set goals and make plans, only to find myself distracted or procrastinating. This inconsistency created frustration and eroded my confidence, as I felt unable to follow through on my intentions. By integrating self-discipline into my daily life, I've learned to prioritize my long-term goals over temporary impulses, building both a stronger sense of self and a trust in my own ability to achieve what I set out to do. One practical approach I use to develop self-discipline is setting clear, realistic goals and breaking them into smaller, manageable tasks. Rather than overwhelming myself with ambitious plans, I focus on small, consistent actions that build up over time. For example, instead of committing to an overly rigid exercise routine that I may not sustain, I commit to a short, daily workout that fits my schedule. This approach ensures that I'm making steady progress, no matter how small, which reinforces my discipline and builds momentum. Over time, these small wins accumulate, creating a strong foundation of confidence and resilience. Another key aspect of self-discipline is learning to manage my impulses and emotions. Stoicism teaches that while we can't control our initial feelings, we can control how we respond to them. When faced with the urge to procrastinate or indulge in distractions, I remind myself of my goals and the reasons behind my actions. Practicing techniques like pausing, taking deep breaths, or reflecting on my why helps me regain control and refocus on what truly matters. This discipline over my reactions has been invaluable, allowing me to resist immediate gratification in favor of long-term satisfaction and growth. Self-discipline also involves setting boundaries. I've learned to say no to things that don't align with my goals, freeing up time and energy for what truly matters. While this can be challenging, especially when social pressures come into play, I remind myself that discipline is about commitment to my values. By protecting my time and focusing on what's essential, I create a life that reflects my priorities rather than external expectations. This clarity strengthens my confidence, as I know I'm making deliberate choices rather than being pulled in every direction. Lastly, self-discipline provides a foundation of inner strength that extends beyond personal goals. The Stoics taught that by practicing discipline in small, daily actions, we develop resilience that can help us face life's bigger challenges. This principle reminds me that every act of self-discipline, whether sticking to a routine, controlling my reactions, or staying committed to my values, fortifies my character. Each time I choose discipline over distraction, I am actively building a foundation of confidence and inner peace. Through the practice of self-discipline, I've gained control over my life and confidence in my ability to navigate challenges. By aligning my actions with my values and goals, I am creating a life of purpose, focus, and resilience. This discipline, cultivated through small, consistent actions, has become the backbone of my personal growth, empowering me to become the best version of myself. Thanks so much for joining me on this journey through Stoic wisdom. I hope these principles help you feel more grounded, confident, and resilient as you navigate life's ups and downs. Remember, confidence isn't built overnight. It grows through daily practices like focusing on what matters, cultivating self-discipline, and aligning with our core values. If you found this video helpful, please give it a thumbs up, and don't forget to subscribe for more content on Stoicism and personal growth. I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments. Which Stoic principle resonates most with you? Are there any practices you're excited to try? And if you know someone who'd benefit from these insights, feel free to share this video with them. Thanks again, and I'll see you in the next one.
How Stoics Handle Embarrassing Moments. 10. Practical tips. Embarrassment is a universal experience. We've all had moments that make us cringe or wish we could disappear. But how can we handle these situations with grace and wisdom? Stoicism, an ancient philosophy that emphasizes rationality and inner strength, offers timeless guidance on this matter. Today, we'll explore 10 practical tips on how Stoics handle embarrassing moments, helping you navigate these situations with poise and resilience. Understanding embarrassment. Embarrassment occurs when we feel exposed or inadequate, often in front of others. It's a complex emotion triggered by social interactions and personal standards. The Stoics recognized that emotions like embarrassment are natural, but believed that how we respond to these emotions defines our character. By applying Stoic principles, we can turn embarrassing moments into opportunities for growth and self-improvement. Part 1. Acceptance. In the journey of life, embarrassment is an unavoidable companion. From tripping in public to saying the wrong thing at the wrong time, these moments can sting. However, the Stoics teach us a profound lesson. Acceptance, embracing the moment without resistance, is the first step towards mastering it. Epictetus, a revered Stoic philosopher, wisely stated, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This sentiment lies at the heart of Stoic philosophy. When faced with an embarrassing situation, rather than resisting or denying it, acknowledge it fully. Accepting the reality of the moment allows you to navigate it with grace and composure. By accepting what has occurred, you free yourself from the shackles of shame and regret. This doesn't mean you are indifferent or apathetic. On the contrary, it signifies a mature recognition of reality. Acceptance transforms embarrassment into a learning opportunity, a stepping stone to greater resilience. The embarrassment loses its power over you as you internalize this principle. You become a master of your emotions, no longer swayed by the tides of public opinion or personal mishap. Acceptance is not surrender. It is the first step in turning a potentially negative experience into a testament of your inner strength and wisdom. Part 2. Focus on what you can control. A core tenet of Stoicism is the dichotomy of control, understanding what is within our control and what is not. When embarrassment strikes, much of our distress stems from focusing on external factors, others' reactions, opinions, or the situation itself. Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic emperor, reminds us that we should concentrate on our responses rather than the uncontrollable elements around us. By shifting our focus to what we can control, we reclaim our power. Imagine you've stumbled during a presentation. Instead of dwelling on the audience's potential judgment, concentrate on regaining your composure and continuing confidently. This shift in focus can transform your experience. You can't control the initial stumble, but you can control your reaction to it. This practice not only diminishes the impact of the embarrassing moment, but also builds a habit of resilience. Over time, this mindset fosters a calm, collected demeanor that others respect and admire. Part 3. Rational assessment. Stoicism teaches us to assess situations logically, free from emotional distortion. Embarrassment often magnifies our perception of an event's severity. By stepping back and evaluating the situation rationally, we can diminish its impact. Seneca, another Stoic philosopher, advised, "We suffer more in imagination than in reality." Applying this wisdom means breaking down the incident. What exactly happened? Why does it feel embarrassing? How significant is it in the grand scheme of things? For instance, if you've spilled coffee on your shirt before an important meeting, rather than spiraling into panic, consider the facts. You made a minor mistake, one that's easily fixable and unlikely to be remembered by others. This rational approach helps you regain perspective, reducing the emotional weight of the moment. It also encourages you to address the issue calmly and efficiently, showcasing your ability to handle challenges with poise. Part 4. Perspective. The Stoics emphasized viewing events from a larger perspective. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on the vastness of the universe and the brevity of human life to put his problems in context. When you find yourself embarrassed, step back and consider the insignificance of the moment in the grand scheme of things. Ask yourself, will this matter in a week, a month, or a year? By expanding your viewpoint, you reduce the immediate emotional intensity of the situation. Embarrassing moments shrink when seen against the backdrop of your entire life. This shift in perspective not only eases the sting of embarrassment, but also cultivates a sense of tranquility. You learn to navigate life's ups and downs with equanimity, focusing on what truly matters. Part 5. Self-compassion. Practicing self-compassion is crucial in dealing with embarrassment. The Stoics encourage us to be our own best friend and counselor. Instead of harshly criticizing yourself for a misstep, extend the same kindness you would offer a friend. Epictetus advised, "Be gentle with yourself. It's natural to err." When you treat yourself with compassion, you create a supportive inner environment that fosters growth and resilience. Acknowledge your feelings without judgment and remind yourself that everyone makes mistakes. This practice not only soothes immediate distress, but also builds a foundation of self-trust and confidence. Over time, self-compassion transforms embarrassing moments into opportunities for self-improvement and deeper understanding. Part 6. Learning opportunity. Stoicism teaches us to view every experience as a chance to grow. Embarrassing moments are no exception. Instead of seeing them as failures, reframe them as learning opportunities. Ask yourself, what can I learn from this experience? How can it help me improve? For example, if you forgot your lines during a speech, use this as a cue to enhance your preparation techniques. Each embarrassing incident holds a valuable lesson that can contribute to your personal and professional development. By adopting this mindset, you transform potential setbacks into stepping stones. This approach not only reduces the emotional impact of embarrassment, but also aligns with the Stoic pursuit of continuous self-improvement. Part 7. Humor and light-heartedness. Humor is a powerful tool in diffusing the tension of embarrassing moments. The Stoics valued the ability to take oneself lightly. Seneca often noted the importance of humor in maintaining a balanced perspective. When you find yourself in an embarrassing situation, try to see the lighter side. Laughing at yourself not only eases your discomfort, but also disarms others' reactions. It demonstrates confidence and resilience. For instance, if you've mispronounced a word during a presentation, a light-hearted comment about it can turn the moment into a shared laugh rather than a point of embarrassment. Humor transforms the atmosphere, making the experience more bearable and even memorable in a positive way. Part 8. Premeditation. The Stoics practice premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of evils, to prepare for potential challenges. By imagining worst-case scenarios, you can mentally equip yourself to handle them calmly if they occur. Visualize possible embarrassing situations and how you would respond stoically. For example, imagine stumbling during an important event. Visualize yourself recovering gracefully, perhaps even making a joke to lighten the mood. This mental rehearsal reduces anxiety and builds confidence. When a real embarrassing moment arises, you'll be better prepared to handle it with composure. Premeditation strengthens your resilience, turning potential discomfort into an opportunity to demonstrate your inner strength. Part 9. External validation. Stoicism teaches us to seek validation from within rather than relying on others' opinions. Marcus Aurelius advised, "It never ceases to amaze me. We all love ourselves more than other people, but care more about their opinion than our own." Reducing your reliance on external validation diminishes the power of embarrassment. When you place less importance on what others think, their reactions to your embarrassing moments lose their sting. Focus on your own values and self-worth. Remind yourself that your character and actions are what truly matter, not fleeting judgments from others. This internal validation fosters a sense of self-assurance that shields you from the emotional impact of external opinions. Part 10. Continuous practice. Like any skill, mastering the Stoic response to embarrassment requires continuous practice. Regularly apply the principles discussed: acceptance, control, rational assessment, perspective, self-compassion, learning, humor, premeditation, and internal validation. Each embarrassing moment is a chance to practice and reinforce these skills. Over time, you'll find yourself handling embarrassing situations with increasing ease and confidence. The more you practice, the more natural these responses become. This ongoing commitment to Stoic principles not only helps you navigate embarrassing moments, but also enhances your overall resilience and emotional intelligence, contributing to a more balanced and fulfilling life. To recap, we've explored 10 practical Stoic tips for handling embarrassing moments: acceptance, focusing on what you can control; rational assessment; perspective; self-compassion; learning opportunity; humor; premeditation; reducing external validation; and continuous practice. These principles empower you to transform embarrassment into an opportunity for growth and resilience. I encourage you to apply these tips in your own life. Next time you find yourself in an embarrassing situation, remember the wisdom of the Stoics. Share your experiences and insights in the comments, and don't forget to subscribe to the channel for more wisdom on living a resilient and fulfilling life. Remember, every embarrassing moment is a chance to demonstrate your inner strength and wisdom. As Seneca wisely said, "Difficulties strengthen the mind, as labor does the body." Thank you for watching, and stay tuned for our next video on harnessing the power of Stoicism in everyday life. Have you ever found yourself at a crossroads, torn between holding on to a relationship because it's familiar and letting go because you know it's stifling your growth? It's a hard realization. But sometimes the people closest to us, the ones we've shared laughter, tears, and countless memories with, aren't meant to be part of our journey forever. This is where the ancient wisdom of Stoicism offers a guiding light. The Stoics, with their timeless insights into human nature and the quest for a fulfilling life, teach us that true personal growth often involves making difficult decisions about who we keep in our lives. In this video, we'll uncover 15 signs that indicate it might be time to end a relationship, even if it involves family or friends. This isn't about cutting people out with cold indifference. It's about intentionally curating our lives to include relationships that uplift, inspire, and challenge us to be our best selves. If you're feeling the weight of this decision and the uncertainty it brings, you're not alone. Join me as we delve into Stoic wisdom to find the courage and clarity needed to make these crucial choices, ultimately leading to a life of greater peace and fulfillment. Number 1. Lack of trust. Trust is the bedrock of any healthy relationship. Without it, the foundation upon which your connection stands becomes unstable, leading to constant stress and insecurity. The Stoics, valuing honesty and integrity above all, would argue that a relationship devoid of trust is misaligned with these virtues. Imagine constantly doubting the words and actions of someone close to you. This perpetual uncertainty erodes your peace of mind, something the Stoics cherish deeply. Trust is not just about believing that someone won't betray you, but also about knowing that they respect and value you enough to be truthful. When trust is repeatedly broken, it signals a fundamental flaw that cannot be ignored. It's like trying to fill a sieve with water. No matter how much effort you put in, it never holds. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control, our responses and decisions. Therefore, if you find yourself in a relationship where trust is consistently undermined, it's wise to consider stepping back. Preserve your dignity and seek connections that foster mutual respect and honesty. Remember, a life aligned with Stoic principles is one where your peace and integrity are not sacrificed for uncertain loyalties. Number 2, toxic patterns. Repeated harmful behaviors create toxic patterns that can subtly poison a relationship over time. Stoicism, with its emphasis on self-improvement and resilience, teaches us to recognize and address such patterns with clarity and courage. Imagine being in a relationship where negative behaviors, be it manipulation, dishonesty, or disrespect, become the norm. These behaviors erode the trust and respect that are crucial for any meaningful connection. The Stoics believed in the importance of living a life of virtue and integrity. Persisting in a relationship mired in toxicity contradicts these ideals. It's like tending to a garden overrun by weeds. Without intervention, the weeds will eventually choke out all the good plants. Recognize the signs of toxic patterns and assess whether efforts to change have been effective. If these patterns persist despite your best efforts, it might be time to let go. Stoicism teaches us to make rational, objective decisions for our well-being. Ending a toxic relationship is not an act of defeat, but a step towards preserving your mental and emotional health. Embrace the wisdom of the Stoics and prioritize relationships that reflect the virtues of respect, honesty, and mutual growth. Number 3, emotional drain. Relationships should be a source of energy and support, not a constant drain on your emotions. According to Stoic principles, maintaining emotional equilibrium is crucial for living a fulfilling life. If you find yourself consistently exhausted or burdened by a relationship, it's a clear sign that the connection is unhealthy. Picture carrying a heavy load that never seems to lighten, no matter how much effort you put into it. This is what an emotionally draining relationship feels like. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what truly enriches our lives and to let go of what does not. If a relationship leaves you feeling depleted rather than invigorated, it's time to reevaluate its place in your life. Emotional drain disrupts your inner peace and hinders your ability to engage fully with the world. It's not selfish to seek out relationships that energize and uplift you. In fact, it's a wise and necessary step towards living a life aligned with Stoic virtues. Surround yourself with people who contribute positively to your well-being, and do not be afraid to distance yourself from those who do not. Remember, your emotional health is paramount, and preserving it is a reflection of your commitment to Stoic principles. Number 4, manipulation and control. Healthy relationships are founded on mutual respect and autonomy. When manipulation and control enter the equation, they erode these foundations, leading to an imbalanced and unhealthy dynamic. Stoicism teaches us the importance of self-mastery and living in accordance with our values. Imagine being in a relationship where your thoughts, actions, and decisions are constantly influenced or dictated by someone else. This undermines your autonomy and distorts your sense of self. Epictetus famously said, "No one is free who is not master of himself." Being subject to manipulation or control strips you of this freedom, which is essential for a virtuous life. It's crucial to recognize these signs and take steps to reclaim your autonomy. This doesn't mean acting with cold indifference, but making intentional choices about who you allow into your inner circle. Relationships should empower you, not constrain you. If you find yourself feeling manipulated or controlled, it's a clear signal that the relationship is misaligned with Stoic ideals. Seek connections that respect your independence and encourage your growth. By doing so, you honor your worth and live more authentically according to Stoic principles. Number 5, illusions versus reality. Stoicism at its heart is about acceptance, embracing the reality of our lives and relationships as they truly are, not as we wish them to be. Holding on to illusions in a relationship can feel comforting, but it ultimately detracts from genuine connection and growth. Imagine viewing your relationship through rose-colored glasses, ignoring red flags and glossing over issues. This creates a distorted perception that prevents you from addressing real problems. The Stoics valued clarity and truth, teaching that strength and freedom come from seeing things as they are. Engaging with the truth allows for authentic relationships built on mutual understanding and respect. If you find yourself clinging to a fantasy rather than facing the reality of your relationship, it's time to reassess. This process requires courage and honesty, but leads to more meaningful connections. By embracing reality, you open the door to genuine growth and emotional freedom. The Stoic way encourages us to navigate our relationships with wisdom and discernment, seeking authenticity over illusion. Let go of fantasies that detract from your well-being and strive for relationships rooted in truth and clarity. This alignment with reality fosters deeper, more fulfilling connections and a life of integrity. Number 6, lack of reciprocity. Reciprocity is key to the health and longevity of any relationship. It ensures a balance of give and take, where both parties contribute equally. When this balance is off, the relationship becomes fundamentally unsustainable. Picture constantly pouring your energy into a relationship, receiving little to nothing in return. This dynamic leads to feelings of resentment and exhaustion for the giver, while fostering dependency or entitlement in the receiver. The Stoics emphasized mutual support and harmony in relationships. For them, contributing to others' well-being should not come at the expense of one's own. If you find yourself in a one-sided relationship, it's essential to address this imbalance. Begin with open communication, expressing your needs and setting clear boundaries. Encourage the other person to contribute more, both materially and emotionally. Healthy relationships require effort from both sides. Stoicism teaches us to respect ourselves and others, striving for balance and mutual respect. If efforts to restore reciprocity fail, it may be necessary to reconsider the relationship's place in your life. Prioritizing reciprocal relationships is not selfish, it's essential for your well-being. Seek connections where mutual support is the norm, fostering trust and deeper connections. Number 7, failed communication. Effective communication is the lifeblood of any thriving relationship. It allows us to express our needs, share our thoughts, and connect on a meaningful level. Without it, relationships flounder in misunderstandings and frustration. When communication breaks down, it's often a sign of deeper issues. The Stoics valued clarity and reason, encouraging us to approach problems with a clear head and a willing heart. If you find yourself in a relationship where attempts to talk things out lead nowhere, it's a red flag. Failed communication can stem from various causes: lack of trust, unresolved resentments, or differing communication styles. Addressing these issues requires patience and persistence. The Stoic practice of self-reflection is invaluable here. Examine your role in the communication breakdown and strive for honesty and empathy. Create a safe space where both parties feel heard and valued. Listen actively, seek to understand, and respond with wisdom. If communication efforts consistently fail despite your best efforts, it may be time to reassess the relationship. Effective communication is essential for any healthy connection. Prioritize relationships where open, honest dialogue is possible, fostering deeper understanding and connection. Number 8, personal growth. Relationships should support and encourage your personal growth, not hinder it. Stoicism places great value on self-improvement and resilience, teaching us to cultivate environments that foster these qualities. Imagine being in a relationship where you feel stagnant, unable to pursue your goals or evolve. This is a clear indication that the relationship is holding you back. Seneca believed that to live a fulfilling life, we must constantly evolve, learn, and push our boundaries. If your relationship prevents you from doing so, it's a red flag. It's not that every relationship must challenge you to the utmost, but it should at least support your aspirations. Relationships should be like a fertile soil where you can grow, not barren land that stifles your potential. Take time to reflect on why you are holding on to a relationship that doesn't allow you to flourish. Is it out of habit, fear, or misplaced loyalty? Stoicism teaches us to live with intention, choosing connections that uplift and inspire us. If a relationship is inhibiting your growth, it's wise to consider its place in your life. Seek relationships that encourage your development and align with your highest virtues. Number 9, abuse. Abuse, in any form, is a definitive sign that a relationship must end. Stoicism, with its deep respect for human dignity and self-worth, condemns any behavior that violates these principles. Abuse, whether physical, emotional, verbal, or psychological, destroys the trust and safety that relationships should be built upon. Imagine constantly living in fear, your self-esteem eroded by someone who should be a source of support. Stoicism teaches us to recognize our inherent worth and to maintain our dignity and self-respect. Being in an abusive relationship is antithetical to these values. It's crucial to seek help and take steps to exit such situations. This is not a sign of weakness, but of immense strength and self-respect. The Stoics believed in facing challenges with courage and resilience. Exiting an abusive relationship is one of the most challenging yet necessary steps to reclaiming your life and dignity. Seek support from friends, family, or professional services. Healing from abuse is a Stoic journey, reasserting control over your life, reaffirming your values, and rebuilding with integrity. Remember, your well-being is paramount. Prioritize your safety and dignity, and do not hesitate to leave any relationship that compromises these. Number 10, disturbed peace. Relationships that consistently disrupt your inner peace are not worth maintaining. Stoicism teaches us to cultivate tranquility and maintain our equanimity in the face of life's challenges. Imagine a relationship that feels more like a storm than a shelter, constantly disturbing your mental and emotional calm. This is a clear sign that the relationship is misaligned with Stoic principles. Peace of mind is a precious asset, essential for living a good life. The Stoics believed in living harmoniously with nature, including our own nature. If a relationship pulls you away from peace and causes constant unrest, it's wise to step back and reassess. Ask yourself why this relationship disturbs your peace. Is it the other person's behavior, unresolved conflicts, or your own reactions and expectations? Address these issues through honest communication and setting boundaries. However, if the turmoil persists despite your best efforts, it might be time to let go. Ending a relationship that disrupts your peace is not a sign of failure, but of wisdom. Seek relationships that support your tranquility and well-being. In doing so, you honor your journey towards a life of peace, purpose, and profound fulfillment. Number 11, incompatibility of goals. Over time, people can grow in different directions. If your long-term goals and values are fundamentally incompatible with those of the other person, it can lead to ongoing conflict and dissatisfaction. Stoicism encourages living in harmony with your true nature and goals. Imagine being in a relationship where your aspirations are constantly at odds with those of your partner. This misalignment creates friction and prevents both individuals from fully pursuing their paths. The Stoics valued clarity and self-awareness, teaching us to recognize when a relationship hinders our growth and fulfillment. If your goals and values diverge significantly from those of the other person, it's a sign to reassess the relationship. This doesn't mean that every minor difference spells doom, but fundamental incompatibilities can create insurmountable challenges. It's essential to have a heart-to-heart conversation about your respective goals and see if there is a way to align them. If not, it might be time to consider parting ways. Pursuing a life aligned with your true nature is a Stoic ideal, and relationships should support, not obstruct, this journey. Seek connections that align with your values and goals, fostering mutual growth and fulfillment. Number 12, compromising values. Compromising your core values for the sake of a relationship is a price too high to pay. Stoicism teaches us to live with integrity and to stay true to our principles, as these values define who we are. Imagine being in a relationship that constantly asks you to act against your beliefs and moral compass. Over time, this erodes your sense of self and leads to inner conflict. The Stoics believed that living in alignment with one's values is essential for a meaningful life. Betraying these values for the sake of a relationship compromises your integrity and self-respect. It's like building a house on unstable ground. Eventually, everything will collapse. Reflect on whether a relationship asks you to compromise your values. Are you acting in ways that contradict your beliefs? If so, it's a clear sign that the relationship is unhealthy. This doesn't mean you shouldn't make sacrifices or compromises, which are normal in any healthy relationship. However, sacrificing your core values is different. It's a betrayal of your true self. Honor your values and seek relationships that respect and align with them. This commitment to integrity and virtue is the path to a fulfilling life, according to Stoic wisdom. Number 13, lack of respect. Respect is the foundation of any healthy relationship. Without it, trust, love, and genuine understanding cannot flourish. Imagine being in a relationship where you are constantly disrespected, your dignity undermined. This is not just about feeling undervalued, but recognizing that a fundamental aspect of your humanity is being disregarded. The Stoics placed immense emphasis on self-respect and the respect we owe to others. They believed that every individual possesses inherent worth and dignity. A relationship lacking mutual respect is a clear red flag. It's like trying to build a house on sand. Eventually, everything will collapse. Reflect on whether you are being treated with the dignity you deserve. If not, it's time for a serious reassessment. This doesn't necessarily mean cutting someone out of your life with cold precision, but recognizing your own value and making decisions that reflect that. Set clearer boundaries, have honest conversations about your feelings, or if necessary, move on. Respecting yourself and insisting on being treated with respect is not selfish or demanding. It's a reflection of the self-worth that the Stoics believed each of us should cultivate. Prioritize relationships that honor your dignity and values. Number 14, negative emotions. Constant feelings of jealousy, anger, or negativity in a relationship are clear indicators that it is not conducive to your well-being. Stoicism teaches us to focus on maintaining emotional equilibrium and to recognize toxic dynamics. Imagine a relationship filled with constant negativity, dragging you into emotional turmoil. Marcus Aurelius advised that we control our reactions to emotions, not the emotions themselves. If jealousy or anger arises because of someone's actions, it's essential to reflect on these feelings and their root causes. A relationship that consistently evokes negative emotions is like a storm, constantly disrupting your inner peace. This is not the foundation of a healthy, supportive connection. It's crucial to address these issues through open, honest communication and self-reflection. If the negativity persists despite your best efforts, it's a sign that the relationship may be inherently toxic. Remember, Stoicism teaches us to prioritize our emotional well-being and to surround ourselves with people who uplift and inspire us. Seek relationships that contribute positively to your life, fostering peace and emotional stability. By doing so, you honor the Stoic principle of maintaining balance and serenity in your inner world. Number 15, constant drama. A relationship that feels more like a constant storm than a sanctuary is a clear signal that something is amiss. Stoicism places immense value on tranquility and inner peace, teaching us to cultivate a state of calm that remains undisturbed by external chaos. Imagine being in a relationship where drama and conflict are the norms rather than the exceptions. This ongoing turmoil can be emotionally exhausting and mentally draining, disrupting your peace and well-being. Marcus Aurelius and other Stoics emphasized the importance of maintaining our inner equanimity, suggesting that we should distance ourselves from sources of unnecessary disturbance. Constant drama in a relationship undermines your ability to live a life of virtue and tranquility. It's not just about the occasional argument, but about a pervasive pattern that leaves you feeling unsettled and stressed. The Stoics would advise taking a step back and evaluating the impact of this relationship on your mental and emotional health. It's essential to communicate your need for peace and set boundaries to protect your tranquility. If the drama continues despite your efforts, it may be time to consider moving on. Prioritize relationships that offer stability and support rather than chaos and conflict. By doing so, you align yourself with Stoic principles, fostering an environment where you can thrive and maintain your inner calm. Remember, your peace of mind is invaluable, and protecting it is a reflection of your commitment to living a life guided by wisdom and serenity. Reflecting on our relationships through the lens of Stoic wisdom empowers us to make decisions that align with our highest virtues and well-being. Ending a relationship, especially one with close friends or family, is never easy, but sometimes it is necessary for our personal growth and peace. Remember, it's not about cutting ties with cold indifference, but about creating a life filled with meaningful connections that uplift and inspire us. As we part ways today, I hope the insights shared have sparked a deeper understanding of how to navigate your relationships with wisdom and courage. If this video has resonated with you, I invite you to join our journey of exploration and growth. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with anyone who might benefit from these Stoic principles. Let's continue to cultivate lives of profound meaning and joy together. Thank you for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Stay wise and keep striving for that inner tranquility. Have you ever wondered what sets apart those who achieve mastery from those who merely dabble? What if the secret to unlocking your full potential lies in a blend of ancient wisdom and modern emotional intelligence? In a world that is constantly evolving, the ability to adapt, learn, and grow is more important than ever. This guide will explore how principles of Stoicism and emotional intelligence can transform your approach to learning and self-improvement. From setting clear goals to embracing challenges, discover how these timeless philosophies can help you navigate your personal and professional journey with resilience and wisdom. Let's dive in and uncover the keys to lifelong growth and success. Learn from the best. Learning from successful individuals can provide valuable insights and strategies. Stoics believe in learning from the wise and virtuous, while emotional intelligence involves recognizing and emulating the emotional skills of successful people. Follow industry leaders on social media, read their books or biographies, and watch their interviews or talks. Study their habits, mindset, and strategies, and apply these lessons to your own life. For example, if a successful entrepreneur attributes their success to a morning routine, try incorporating similar practices into your day. Connecting with mentors and joining professional networks can also provide guidance and support. These relationships offer opportunities to learn from the experiences of others and gain feedback on your own progress. By learning from the best, you can accelerate your growth and achieve your goals more effectively. Set clear and specific goals. Setting clear, specific goals provides direction and motivation. Stoicism teaches us to set goals based on our values and remain focused on our purpose. Emotional intelligence helps you set realistic goals and maintain the motivation to achieve them. Instead of a vague goal like get fit, set a specific goal such as run 5 kilometers in under 30 minutes within 3 months. Create a training plan and track your progress weekly. This approach helps you stay focused and measure your progress, making it easier to stay motivated and achieve your goals. By setting clear and specific goals, you provide yourself with a roadmap for success. This clarity helps you stay focused, motivated, and resilient, especially during challenging times. Adapt to change. Adaptability is crucial in a rapidly evolving world. Stoics view change as a natural part of life and teach us to respond to it with tranquility. Emotional intelligence involves being adaptable and resilient, using change as an opportunity for growth. If your industry undergoes significant changes, such as new technology or regulations, take courses or seek training to stay updated. Embrace these changes as opportunities to grow and innovate, rather than as obstacles. By being flexible and open to change, you stay relevant and seize new opportunities as they arise. This adaptability enhances your resilience and enables you to thrive in a constantly changing environment. Prioritize and manage time efficiently. Effective time management is crucial for prioritizing learning and practice. Allocate specific periods each day to your growth activities, ensuring consistent progress. Stoic time management involves focusing on what is essential and eliminating distractions, while emotional intelligence helps you balance tasks and manage stress. Use a planner or digital calendar to schedule dedicated time for learning and practice. Break your day into blocks, assigning each block to specific activities to ensure balanced time management. This approach helps you stay organized, reduce stress, and make steady progress towards your goals. By managing your time efficiently, you create a structured environment that supports continuous learning and improvement. This discipline not only enhances your productivity, but also fosters a sense of accomplishment and well-being. Consistent practice. Consistent, deliberate practice is key to mastering any skill. It's not just about the hours you put in, but about being intentional and committed to improvement. Stoicism teaches us the value of discipline and perseverance, while emotional intelligence emphasizes self-awareness and emotional regulation to stay focused and motivated. If you're learning a musical instrument, for example, set aside time each day for focused practice. Break down complex pieces into manageable sections and track your progress over time. Regular practice helps you build muscle memory and refine your technique, leading to steady improvement. Approach your practice with a clear plan and specific goals. Whether it's improving your speed, accuracy, or expression, having defined objectives helps you stay motivated and measure your progress. Reflect on your practice sessions, noting what went well and what needs improvement. This self-awareness is crucial for continuous growth. By committing to consistent practice, you develop the discipline and resilience needed to achieve mastery. This approach not only enhances your skills, but also builds a strong foundation for lifelong learning and personal development. Seek feedback and mentorship. Regularly seeking feedback and learning from mentors can accelerate your growth. Constructive feedback helps identify areas for improvement, while mentorship provides guidance and support. Stoicism encourages seeking wisdom from those more experienced, and emotional intelligence values feedback for personal development. Find a mentor in your field who can provide regular guidance. Join professional networks or groups where you can share experiences and receive feedback. This approach helps you gain valuable insights and refine your skills, fostering continuous growth. By seeking feedback and mentorship, you create a supportive environment for learning and development. This network not only enhances your personal and professional growth, but also provides a sense of community and belonging. Maintain a positive attitude. A positive and optimistic mindset fuels motivation, resilience, and perseverance. Stoicism teaches the importance of maintaining inner peace and focusing on what you can control. Emotional intelligence helps you stay positive and manage emotions effectively, even in difficult situations. Practice gratitude daily by writing down 3 things you're thankful for. Surround yourself with positive influences and engage in activities that uplift your mood and outlook. This positive attitude helps you navigate challenges and setbacks effectively. By maintaining a positive attitude, you create an environment that supports continuous growth and resilience. This optimism enables you to face challenges with confidence and persist in your journey towards lifelong learning and self-improvement. Stay humble and open-minded. Humility and openness are essential for continuous improvement. Staying humble keeps you grounded and receptive to new ideas and perspectives. Stoicism values humility, recognizing that pride can be a barrier to growth, while emotional intelligence encourages openness to feedback and diverse viewpoints. Regularly seek feedback from colleagues or peers, attend conferences, and be open to learning from those with different experiences. This approach helps you gain valuable insights and refine your skills, fostering continuous growth. By staying humble and open-minded, you cultivate a mindset of lifelong learning. This attitude enables you to embrace new opportunities and challenges with confidence, leading to greater personal and professional. Develop a growth mindset. A growth mindset involves embracing challenges, viewing failures as learning opportunities, and staying dedicated to self-improvement. This mindset aligns with Stoic principles of accepting what we cannot change and focusing on what we can control. Emotional intelligence helps you manage setbacks with resilience and use them as opportunities for growth. If you fail at a project, analyze what went wrong, learn from the experience, and apply those lessons to future endeavors. Celebrate small victories and recognize your progress, as this helps build momentum and maintain motivation. By developing a growth mindset, you cultivate a positive attitude towards learning and improvement. This mindset enables you to tackle challenges with confidence and persist in the face of adversity, ultimately leading to greater success and fulfillment. Commit to lifelong learning. Lifelong learning is essential for personal and professional growth. It keeps your mind sharp, enhances adaptability, and broadens your skill set. From a Stoic perspective, wisdom is a continuous pursuit. Emotional intelligence fosters curiosity and openness to new ideas, promoting empathy and understanding. To commit to lifelong learning, integrate educational activities into your routine. Attend workshops and seminars, read diverse books, and take online courses on platforms like Coursera or Udemy. Joining a book club or discussion group can expand your perspectives and engage you with others. Embrace lifelong learning with enthusiasm. Each new piece of knowledge is a step towards greater wisdom and understanding. By committing to this journey, you enhance your capabilities and cultivate a mindset of continuous growth and improvement. Embracing lifelong learning and personal growth is not just a strategy for success, it is a way of life. By integrating the timeless wisdom of Stoicism with the insights of emotional intelligence, you can cultivate a mindset that is resilient, adaptable, and ever curious, whether it's through consistent practice, setting clear goals, or staying humble and open-minded. Each step you take on this journey contributes to your overall development. Remember, the pursuit of knowledge and self-improvement is a continuous process. There will always be new challenges to face, lessons to learn, and opportunities to grow. By committing to these principles, you not only enhance your skills and capabilities, but also enrich your life with purpose and fulfillment. Stay curious, stay disciplined, and most importantly, stay committed to your journey of lifelong learning. In doing so, you will not only achieve mastery in your endeavors, but also cultivate a life of wisdom, resilience, and lasting success.
Imagine living in a world where truth is a rare commodity, a landscape dominated by elaborate fabrications and deceit. You never know when the next lie will surface, leaving you constantly on edge, questioning every word and action. This is the world created by a pathological liar, an individual whose web of deceit permeates every aspect of their existence. They don't just lie occasionally. Their falsehoods are a constant, insidious presence. Unlike the occasional fib most people might tell, pathological liars thrive on manipulation, weaving intricate stories that distort reality. They present themselves as trustworthy and reliable, but beneath the facade lies a sinister intent. The deception is so convincing that it becomes difficult to discern what is real. The constant uncertainty destabilizes those around them, creating a climate of confusion and mistrust.
As Epictetus, the Stoic philosopher, taught, integrity and honesty are the bedrocks of a virtuous life. Pathological liars erode these foundations, making it essential to recognize and address their behavior. Their deceitful actions demand vigilance and discernment to protect yourself and maintain your peace of mind. It's crucial to understand how to navigate interactions with such individuals. Here are 10 powerful ways to deal with pathological lying, grounded in wisdom and the principles of Stoic philosophy. Number 1, recognize the signs.
Recognizing the signs of pathological lying is the first step in protecting yourself from the corrosive effects of deceit. Unlike occasional falsehoods, pathological lies are pervasive and woven into the fabric of the liar's daily interactions. These lies are often elaborate, detailed, and constructed to create a convincing narrative. The pathological liar may present themselves as trustworthy and reliable, but inconsistencies will start to surface over time. Notice if their stories often seem too good to be true, frequently contradict themselves, or lack verifiable details. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus taught that we must be vigilant and discerning, grounding ourselves in reality to see through deception. By remaining observant and questioning the veracity of their claims, we begin to peel away the layers of falsehood and reveal the truth. This recognition is not about becoming paranoid or overly suspicious, but about developing a keen sense of awareness. The path to wisdom and integrity starts with the ability to distinguish truth from falsehood, and recognizing the signs of pathological lying is a crucial first step in that journey.
Number 2, set clear boundaries. Setting clear boundaries is essential when dealing with a pathological liar. Boundaries serve as a protective barrier, safeguarding your integrity and emotional well-being. Pathological liars often test limits, seeking to manipulate and control situations to their advantage. By defining what behavior is acceptable and what is not, you establish a firm line that cannot be crossed. This act of setting boundaries is a testament to your self-respect and commitment to truth. Epictetus emphasized the importance of self-control and maintaining one's principles. In dealing with deceit, it is imperative to be firm and consistent with your boundaries. Clearly communicate your expectations and the consequences of crossing those boundaries. This clarity not only protects you, but also signals to the liar that their behavior is unacceptable. It is a demonstration of your resolve to live by the values of honesty and integrity. Remember, boundaries are not about punishment. They are about self-preservation and maintaining a healthy environment where truth can thrive. Number 3, seek evidence. In the face of pathological lying, seeking evidence becomes a vital practice. Verifying claims and cross-checking information are tools of discernment that help you navigate the web of deceit. Pathological liars rely on the assumption that their stories will be accepted without question. By seeking evidence, you disrupt this assumption and bring truth to the forefront. Epictetus taught that we should seek clarity and truth in all things. This principle is especially relevant when dealing with deceit. Take the time to investigate and validate the information presented to you. Look for corroborating details and consult reliable sources. This process not only protects you from being misled, but also exposes the patterns of deceit. Over time, the liar's fabrications will unravel under the scrutiny of evidence. This practice of verification aligns with the Stoic commitment to wisdom and integrity, reinforcing your ability to stand firm in the face of falsehoods. Number 4, communicate directly. Addressing the issue of pathological lying directly is crucial. Confrontation, when done with calmness and clarity, can be a powerful tool in managing deceit. The pathological liar know that their behavior has been noticed and is unacceptable. Epictetus encouraged direct communication and the pursuit of truth. Even in challenging situations, approach the conversation with a composed and resolute demeanor. Express your observations and concerns without anger or accusation. The goal is to make the liar aware that their deceit is not going unnoticed and that it has consequences. This direct approach can sometimes prompt self-reflection and change in the liar's behavior. However, it's important to manage your expectations and understand that change may not occur immediately. By communicating directly, you assert your commitment to honesty and integrity, and you create an environment where deceit is less likely to thrive. This practice aligns with the Stoic values of courage and wisdom, empowering you to uphold the truth. Number 5, limit interaction. Limiting your interaction with a pathological liar is a protective measure that helps preserve your mental and emotional well-being. Continuous exposure to deceit can be draining and destabilizing. By reducing the amount of time you spend with the liar, you minimize their influence over you. Epictetus advised us to be mindful of our associations, recognizing that the company we keep can impact our virtue and tranquility. Distancing yourself from the pathological liar does not mean avoiding them entirely, but being strategic about when and how you interact. Choose your encounters carefully and maintain a certain level of detachment. This practice helps you stay grounded in your own values and reduces the chances of being caught up in their web of lies. Limiting interaction is a way to safeguard your peace of mind and maintain your commitment to truth and integrity. It is a demonstration of self-respect and wisdom, aligning with Stoic principles of self-preservation and discernment. Number 6, maintain your integrity. Maintaining your integrity is paramount when dealing with pathological liars. It is easy to be swayed or tempted to retaliate with deceit, but Stoic philosophy teaches us to rise above such inclinations. Epictetus emphasized the importance of living in accordance with our values, regardless of external circumstances. Your integrity is a reflection of your character and commitment to truth. In interactions with a pathological liar, remain steadfast in your honesty and principles. Do not stoop to their level or engage in similar behavior. By upholding your integrity, you set a powerful example and reinforce your own moral compass. This steadfastness not only protects you from the corrosive effects of deceit, but also fortifies your sense of self. Maintaining integrity requires courage and resilience, but it is the cornerstone of a virtuous life. It allows you to navigate interactions with confidence and clarity, knowing that you are true to yourself and your values. Number 7, educate yourself. Educating yourself about pathological lying and its underlying causes can provide valuable insights and strategies for dealing with deceit. Understanding the psychological aspects of this behavior can help you navigate interactions with greater wisdom and empathy. Pathological lying is often rooted in deeper issues, such as personality disorders or past traumas. By learning more about these factors, you can approach the situation with a more informed perspective. Epictetus taught that knowledge and understanding are essential for living a virtuous life. Take the time to research and educate yourself about the nature of pathological lying. This knowledge will equip you with the tools to identify and respond to deceit more effectively. It also fosters a sense of compassion as you recognize that the liar's behavior may be driven by unresolved psychological issues. However, it is important to balance empathy with self-preservation, ensuring that you do not become enmeshed in their web of deceit. Education empowers you to act wisely and protect yourself, aligning with Stoic principles of wisdom and discernment. Number 8, encourage professional help. Encouraging the pathological liar to seek professional help is a compassionate and constructive approach. Pathological lying can be a symptom of deeper psychological issues that may require therapy or counseling. Suggesting professional help shows that you recognize the seriousness of their behavior and care about their well-being. Epictetus emphasized the importance of seeking improvement and growth, both for ourselves and others. Approach the conversation with empathy and understanding, expressing your concern for their mental health. Suggesting therapy or counseling can provide them with the support and tools needed to address their lying behavior. While you cannot force them to seek help, planting the seed of this idea can be a step toward positive change. Encouraging professional help demonstrates your commitment to their well-being and your own boundaries. It aligns with Stoic principles of compassion, wisdom, and the pursuit of improvement, fostering a healthier and more honest environment. Number 9, stay grounded in truth. Staying grounded in truth is essential when dealing with pathological liars. Their constant deceit can create a confusing and destabilizing environment. By reaffirming your commitment to truth, you protect yourself from being swayed by their lies. Epictetus taught that we must anchor ourselves in reality and truth, regardless of external influences. Regularly remind yourself of your values and principles, and seek out reliable sources of information. Surround yourself with people who value honesty and integrity, as their support can help you stay grounded. Practice mindfulness and self-reflection to maintain clarity and discernment. Staying grounded in truth not only shields you from deceit, but also reinforces your own moral compass. It empowers you to navigate interactions with confidence and integrity, knowing that you are anchored in reality. This practice aligns with Stoic principles of wisdom, self-control, and the pursuit of virtue, fostering a life grounded in truth and honesty. Number 10. Seek support. Seeking support from trusted friends, family, or professionals is crucial when dealing with a pathological liar. The constant deceit and manipulation can be mentally and emotionally exhausting. Having a support system provides you with perspective, advice, and emotional backing. Epictetus emphasized the importance of community and seeking counsel from wise individuals. Share your experiences and concerns with those you trust, and listen to their insights. They can offer valuable advice on how to navigate the situation and maintain your well-being. Professional support, such as therapy or counseling, can also provide tools and strategies for dealing with deceit. Seeking support is not a sign of weakness, but a demonstration of wisdom and self-care. It ensures that you do not face the challenges of dealing with a pathological liar alone. This practice aligns with Stoic principles of resilience, wisdom, and the value of community, helping you maintain your integrity and emotional health. Navigating the treacherous waters of pathological lying requires wisdom, resilience, and unwavering commitment to truth. By recognizing the signs, setting firm boundaries, seeking evidence, and maintaining your integrity, you arm yourself against the corrosive effects of deceit. Encourage professional help and lean on your support network to reinforce your resolve. Remember, staying grounded in truth and practicing discernment are your greatest defenses. As Epictetus taught, our virtue is tested not by the circumstances we face, but by how we respond to them. Embrace these principles to protect your peace and uphold the values of honesty and integrity. Your journey through the landscape of deceit can become a testament to the strength of your character.
We'd love to hear your thoughts and experiences. Have you ever dealt with a pathological liar? How did you handle it? Share your stories and insights in the comments below, and let's continue this important conversation together. Your wisdom could be the guiding light for someone else navigating the same challenges. In today's world, many men struggle to understand what truly attracts women. We're often told it's about looks, wealth, or saying the right things. But what if the secret to winning her heart lies not in impressing her, but in mastering ourselves? This video dives into the timeless principles of Stoicism and shows how self-mastery, emotional strength, and authentic presence are what truly make a man attractive. Forget about pick-up lines and flashy gestures. Here, you'll discover how to cultivate the inner qualities that naturally draw women in. Ready to learn the Stoic approach to lasting attraction? Let's get started. 1. Stop chasing. Start attracting. I used to think that getting someone's attention meant going above and beyond. Flowers, fancy dinners, trying to impress her with everything I did. But over time, I realized that the more I chased, the less I attracted. The harder I tried to show I was the perfect guy, the less interested she became. It was confusing and frustrating because I thought I was doing everything right. But the problem wasn't what I was doing. It was why I was doing it. When I finally understood that confidence isn't about chasing, but about standing still and letting others come to you, things changed. I stopped focusing on her reactions and started focusing on being happy with myself, regardless of anyone else's opinions. It was liberating. I noticed people, not just women, started responding to me differently. I didn't need to constantly try to please them. The more grounded and comfortable I became with myself, the more naturally attractive I felt, and that drew others in. Now, when I meet someone I like, I no longer obsess over winning her. I show interest, yes, but I don't need to force it. I don't need to impress her every second. I'm happy just being myself. It's amazing to see how this simple shift, from chasing to attracting, has changed my relationships. The energy is different. I feel more at ease, more present, and ultimately much more attractive. And the best part? I'm not losing myself trying to gain someone else's approval. 2. The power of consistency and reliability. One thing I've learned in life is that words are only half the story. Actions, especially consistent actions, are what truly define who we are. When I started being more intentional with reliability, everything changed. I used to be the guy who would say, "I'll be there," and then if something more exciting came up, I'd bail or arrive late. But over time, I realized that this wasn't just annoying to others. It made me feel disconnected and untrustworthy. Becoming reliable isn't just about being dependable for others. It's about developing personal integrity. When I say I'll do something, I follow through, no matter how small or large the commitment. This includes little things like being on time, following up on conversations, or even just being present when I'm with someone. Consistency shows that I care, and it builds trust in a way that words alone never could. What surprised me most was the impact it had on my relationships. People appreciate dependability more than grand gestures, I found. Whether it's friends, family, or a romantic partner, showing up when you say you will, keeping promises and being the same person each time they see you, strengthens bonds more than any big moment ever could. And ultimately, I feel better about myself, because I know I'm being true to my word. Consistency isn't flashy, but it speaks volumes. Being reliable is a subtle yet powerful way to show someone they can count on me, and there's a deep sense of pride in that. 3. Self-mastery over external impressing. There was a time when I thought that if I looked right, acted right, and said the perfect things, people would be impressed, and I'd feel better about myself. But trying to keep up with external expectations left me exhausted and frustrated. It was like constantly performing, and no matter how well I played the part, I didn't feel fulfilled or genuinely happy. This approach wasn't working because it was all about the outside, trying to change what others thought of me without addressing how I felt about myself. When I discovered Stoic philosophy, everything changed. I started shifting my focus from controlling others' perceptions to controlling my own thoughts and reactions. The biggest lesson: true confidence comes from mastering myself, not from trying to impress anyone else. As I became more centered, I noticed that people began to respond differently. They were drawn to the calm and confidence I projected naturally. Self-mastery has freed me from needing validation from others. I stopped worrying about impressing anyone and started working on being the best version of myself. Now, I don't need anyone's approval to feel good about who I am, and that inner peace is something others naturally notice. It turns out, the less I cared about impressing others, the more they seemed impressed with me. It's ironic, but true. When you master yourself, you gain a quiet confidence that makes an impression far deeper than any flashy gesture ever could. 4. Use authentic compliments and gestures. I used to think compliments were all about saying someone looked good or paying attention to obvious qualities, but I quickly realized this was superficial and had little impact. Most people can see right through a hollow compliment. It's easy to say, "You look great," or "You're so beautiful," but these statements are often so overused that they hardly feel special anymore. That's when I began paying attention to more meaningful details. When I meet someone I'm interested in, I focus on who they are rather than just how they look. If she's passionate about her job or a hobby, I let her know that I respect her dedication or admire her intelligence. This shift has made conversations feel richer, and people genuinely appreciate that I notice things about them beyond the surface. One of my favorite ways to connect is to remember small details. If she mentions a favorite author or something she's going through, I'll bring it up later, maybe even surprise her with a book or ask her how things are going. These small gestures go a long way because they show I'm actually listening and that I care. There's no need for grand gestures or over-the-top compliments. Authenticity and attentiveness have become my superpowers in relationships, allowing me to connect with people on a deeper level. I find this approach more fulfilling, and it often leaves a lasting impression that superficial flattery never could. 5. Handle rejection calmly. No one enjoys rejection, and for the longest time I struggled with it. I'd overthink every little interaction, wondering what I did wrong or what I could have done differently. But then I realized that taking rejection personally was only holding me back. Stoicism taught me a different approach, to see rejection as a part of life that I don't have to take personally. When I started seeing rejection through this lens, I felt liberated. I realized I couldn't control how others felt or responded. All I could control was how I reacted. So, instead of obsessing over why someone wasn't interested, I began focusing on what I learned from each experience and how I could grow. Rejection no longer felt like a failure. It became an opportunity to build resilience and self-awareness. Now, if things don't go my way, or if someone isn't interested, I stay calm and composed. This mindset has made me more confident and less afraid to put myself out there. Ironically, handling rejection gracefully has made me more attractive because I don't let disappointment control me. I'm not desperate or anxious. I'm just focused on being my best self. And that calm confidence? It's something people notice. Stoicism has taught me to see rejection as just another experience, not a measure of my worth. And that has been life-changing. 6. Emotional detachment for inner peace. There was a time when I was overly attached to outcomes, especially in relationships. I'd get anxious over every little thing, a delayed text or an uncertain answer, and let it affect my mood and self-esteem. But this wasn't sustainable, and it definitely wasn't making me happy. That's when I discovered the power of emotional detachment, a concept that's central to Stoicism. Emotional detachment doesn't mean being cold or indifferent. For me, it means not letting my happiness hinge on someone else's actions. If someone likes me or doesn't, I'm okay either way, because my self-worth isn't tied to their validation. This shift has brought me a sense of inner peace that's incredibly freeing. I can enjoy people's company without the need for reassurance, and I can let go when things aren't meant to be without feeling devastated. Now, I'm more present and authentic in relationships because I'm not anxiously waiting for someone else's validation. This approach has allowed me to enjoy relationships for what they are, without needing them to be something they're not. Emotional detachment isn't about giving up on love or connection. It's about finding peace within myself, so I can be genuinely open to others without fear or desperation. This mindset not only brings calm to my life, but makes me more appealing because I'm not weighed down by expectations. 7. Apply Stoicism. When I first encountered Stoicism, I was a bit skeptical. How could an ancient philosophy help me with modern-day relationships? But as I started to understand the core principles, focusing on what I can control and letting go of what I can't, I saw its transformative power. It taught me that real strength comes from within, not from external validation. Now, I don't get rattled by little things that once bothered me. If someone cancels a plan or doesn't respond to my message right away, I'm fine, because I've learned to control my own reactions. This mindset shift has made me calmer and more resilient. I don't need constant reassurance from others because I'm confident in myself. Stoicism has become a grounding force in my life, allowing me to stay balanced even when things get chaotic. I'm not chasing after anyone's approval, and I'm not bending over backward to make things work. Instead, I'm present, stable, and genuinely content. This has not only improved my relationships, but has also given me a peace of mind that I never had before. Stoicism isn't just a philosophy. It's a way of living that helps me show up as my best self in every situation. 8. Strong body language. One day, I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror, and it hit me. My body language was saying something entirely different from what I wanted to project. I realized I was often slouched, fidgeting, or avoiding eye contact when I was nervous. That's when I decided to focus on my body language, because I wanted to project confidence, not insecurity. Now, whenever I enter a room, I take a moment to stand tall, relax my shoulders, and make eye contact. I've learned that body language is a huge part of how others perceive us. Even when I'm not feeling super confident, I can control how I present myself physically. Holding eye contact and moving deliberately has a powerful effect. It not only makes me feel more in control, but also makes others view me as confident and self-assured. Mastering my body language has improved my self-confidence immensely. I no longer feel like I'm trying to hide or make myself smaller. Instead, I own my space, and that subtle shift in posture and eye contact speaks volumes. I've realized that confidence isn't just about what you say. It's about how you show up in every moment. Body language is a silent yet powerful communicator, and now I use it to convey calm strength. 9. Focus on personal growth and purpose. I used to think relationships were the ultimate goal, the thing that would make me feel complete. But over time, I realized that true fulfillment comes from within, from personal growth and having a clear sense of purpose. Now, I invest my energy into becoming the best version of myself, and this has changed everything. Pursuing my interests, working on my goals, and building a life I'm proud of have given me a sense of purpose and direction that I used to seek from others. And the surprising thing, this focus on personal growth has made me more attractive to others because people are naturally drawn to someone who's passionate and driven. I'm no longer seeking validation through relationships. Instead, I'm inviting people into a life that's already fulfilling. Having a purpose gives me a sense of stability that allows me to approach relationships differently. I'm not looking for someone to complete me because I'm already whole. I've realized that the best relationships come from two people who are already content with themselves, and that's exactly the kind of relationship I now attract. Personal growth isn't just about bettering myself, it's about creating a life that others want to be part of. 10. Be true to yourself. In my early dating days, I spent a lot of time trying to be who I thought others wanted me to be. I'd change my style, my interests, even my opinions just to fit in or make someone like me more. But pretending to be someone else left me feeling disconnected and frustrated because I wasn't being true to myself. Eventually, I realized that authenticity is more powerful than any facade. Being true to myself means embracing who I am, my strengths, my quirks, even my flaws. I've learned that the right person will appreciate me for who I am, not who I pretend to be. Now, instead of trying to mold myself into someone else's idea of perfect, I focus on being the best version of my true self. Staying true to myself has been empowering. I don't feel pressured to act a certain way, and I no longer stress about whether someone likes me. I know that I'm enough as I am, and that sense of self-worth shines through. Authenticity is magnetic. When you're genuinely yourself, you attract people who appreciate you. Being true to myself has not only improved my relationships, but has also brought me peace. After all, the most important relationship I have is with myself. In closing, remember that the key to real attraction isn't about gimmicks or playing games. It's about building a strong foundation within yourself. By embracing Stoic principles, mastering your emotions, and showing up authentically, you'll naturally become the kind of person others are drawn to. When you invest in becoming the best version of yourself, the right people will be drawn to you without effort. If you found value in this video, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe for more insights on relationships and self-mastery. And don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments below. We'd love to hear your perspective on how Stoicism has impacted your journey. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next video.
A thought-provoking quote reads, "What surprises me most about humankind is that we get bored of our childhood, rush to grow up, and long to be children again. That we lose our health to make money, and then lose money to restore our health. That by thinking anxiously about the future, we forget the present, such that we live in neither the present nor the future. That we live as if we were never going to die, and die as though we've never lived." This quote encapsulates the contradictions and paradoxes inherent in the human experience. While there is no definitive evidence who originated this quote, its message resonates deeply with many because it underscores common struggles and inconsistencies in our lives. The quote addresses several key themes: nostalgia for childhood, prioritizing wealth over health, failing to live in the present, avoiding the reality of mortality, and not fully embracing life. The quote illustrates how we often find ourselves torn between the desire for growth and the longing for the simplicity of childhood. It also highlights our tendency to prioritize financial success over well-being, only to later regret this choice. Additionally, it emphasizes how worrying about the future can prevent us from engaging with the present, and how ignoring our mortality affects how we live. By reflecting on these themes, the quote invites us to examine our lives and choices, encouraging us to align our actions with our deepest values and aspirations. It serves as a reminder to maintain a balanced perspective on life's priorities, stay present, and embrace our finite existence. Ultimately, it encourages us to live more intentionally, aiming for a sense of fulfillment and purpose. In the following sections, we will explore each theme in greater detail, uncovering insights and lessons about the human condition. This deeper examination aims to help us understand ourselves and our world better, and to find ways to live more authentically and meaningfully. 2. Nostalgia for childhood. A striking paradox in the quote is our tendency to rush through childhood, eager to grow up, only to later long for the simplicity and joy of youth. This sentiment is widely relatable, as many adults look back on their childhood with nostalgia, yearning to recapture its carefree spirit. In modern societies, the rush to adulthood is common, driven by values placed on independence, responsibility, and achievement. Children and adolescents often feel pressured to grow up quickly, taking on adult roles and responsibilities and leaving behind the perceived limitations of childhood. Adulthood is seen as a time of greater freedom and opportunity, enticing the young to embrace its challenges and rewards. However, adulthood often reveals itself to be more complex and demanding than anticipated. Many adults feel burdened by work, family, and financial responsibilities, experiencing a sense of loss or disconnection from childhood's simple joys. This longing for the freedom, creativity, and wonder of youth reflects a deep nostalgia for a time when life seemed less complicated and more full of possibilities. This paradox emphasizes the importance of cherishing childhood qualities throughout our lives. While personal growth and development are necessary, we should not lose touch with the playfulness, curiosity, and openness of childhood. By maintaining these qualities, we can infuse our adult lives with joy, creativity, and resilience, balancing responsibilities with simple pleasures and wonders. Nostalgia for childhood, as expressed in the quote, reminds us to nurture a childlike spirit. It encourages us to embrace the present, find joy in simple things, and approach life with curiosity and wonder. By doing so, we create a balanced and fulfilling existence, honoring adulthood's wisdom while cherishing childhood's magic and possibility. 3. Prioritizing wealth over health. Another significant theme in the quote is the tendency for individuals to prioritize wealth and financial success over their physical and mental well-being. The passage suggests that we often lose our health to make money, only to later find ourselves forced to lose money to restore our health. This observation highlights a pervasive and troubling trend in modern society, where the pursuit of material wealth and professional achievement often comes at the expense of personal health and happiness. In today's fast-paced, competitive world, many people feel intense pressure to succeed financially and climb the professional ladder. This pressure can lead individuals to work long hours, take on high levels of stress, and neglect their physical and emotional needs. They may sacrifice sleep, exercise, healthy eating habits, and time with loved ones to devote themselves more fully to their work and financial goals. However, this single-minded focus on wealth and success can ultimately backfire, leading to various health problems that undermine personal well-being and professional effectiveness. Chronic stress, exhaustion, and burnout can severely affect the body and mind, resulting in anxiety, depression, heart disease, and chronic pain. Some individuals may find themselves spending their hard-earned money on medical treatments and interventions to restore the health and vitality they sacrificed in the pursuit of wealth. This ironic cycle underscores the importance of maintaining a balanced and holistic approach to life, prioritizing health and well-being alongside professional and financial success. While striving for achievement and security is natural and important, we must be careful not to lose sight of the fundamental importance of taking care of ourselves and nurturing our physical, emotional, and mental health. Making self-care a priority and seeking a healthy balance between work and rest can reduce our risk of burnout and illness. This balance cultivates the resilience and vitality needed to thrive both personally and professionally. It may involve setting boundaries around work hours, making time for exercise and relaxation, seeking support from friends and family, and learning to manage stress healthily and productively. Ultimately, the quote reminds us that true wealth and success are about more than just financial gain or professional achievement. They are about creating a life of meaning, purpose, and fulfillment, one that allows us to thrive both internally and externally. By prioritizing our health and well-being, we can build the foundation for a rich and rewarding existence, enabling us to enjoy the fruits of our labor and live life to the fullest. 4. Failing to live in the present. The quote also addresses the human tendency to become preoccupied with anxious thoughts about the future, causing us to forget the present and live neither in the present nor the future. This highlights a common struggle faced by many in today's fast-paced, uncertain world, where the pressure to plan, prepare, and anticipate future challenges often overshadows the importance of living fully in the present moment. In our efforts to secure a better future for ourselves and our loved ones, we may find ourselves constantly thinking ahead, worrying about potential problems or obstacles, and trying to control or predict outcomes that are ultimately beyond our control. This future-oriented mindset can lead to chronic stress, anxiety, and a sense of disconnection from the present moment as we become more focused on what might happen than on what is actually happening around us. The problem with this approach is that it can prevent us from fully engaging with and appreciating the richness and beauty of the present moment. When we are constantly worrying about the future, we may miss out on opportunities for joy, connection, and growth that are available to us right now. We may fail to notice the small pleasures and wonders of daily life, or to give our full attention and presence to the people and experiences that matter most to us. Moreover, living in a state of anxious anticipation can undermine our ability to create a fulfilling future for ourselves. By failing to engage with the present moment, we may miss out on valuable opportunities for learning, growth, and development that could help us build the skills, relationships, and resources needed to thrive in the future. We may also become so paralyzed by fear and uncertainty that we fail to take the necessary risks and actions to pursue our goals and dreams. The solution to this challenge is to cultivate a greater sense of mindfulness and presence in our daily lives. This means learning to notice and appreciate the richness and complexity of the present moment without judgment or distraction. It means developing the ability to observe our thoughts and feelings without getting caught up in them, and to respond to challenges and opportunities with clarity, creativity, and compassion. By practicing mindfulness and presence, we can reduce our stress and anxiety and develop a greater sense of resilience and adaptability in the face of change and uncertainty. We can also cultivate deeper and more meaningful connections with others as we learn to listen, communicate, and relate with greater empathy and understanding. Ultimately, the quote reminds us that true happiness and fulfillment come from living fully and authentically in the present moment while also working towards a meaningful and purposeful future. By finding a healthy balance between planning and preparation and staying grounded in the here and now, we can create a life that is rich, rewarding, and truly worth living. 5. Failing to confront mortality. One of the most profound and unsettling observations in the quote is the idea that we often live as if we were never going to die, only to find ourselves dying as though we've never lived. This stark contrast highlights a fundamental paradox of the human experience, rooted in our deep-seated fear and avoidance of death, and our reluctance to confront the finite nature of our existence. In many ways, the human tendency to avoid thinking about death is understandable and even adaptive. The awareness of our mortality can be a source of great anxiety, uncertainty, and existential dread, potentially paralyzing us from living fully and freely in the present moment. By pushing thoughts of death out of our conscious awareness, we may feel more able to focus on daily tasks and challenges, maintaining a sense of normalcy and stability in the face of an unknowable future. However, as the quote suggests, avoiding death can profoundly and negatively affect how we live our lives. When we fail to confront our mortality, we may become complacent, detached, or even reckless in our attitudes and behaviors. We may take our lives and relationships for granted, assuming we will always have more time to pursue our goals, express our feelings, or make amends for our mistakes. We may also become more focused on superficial or materialistic pursuits rather than cultivating deeper sources of meaning, purpose, and connection. Moreover, when we live in denial of our mortality, we may find ourselves woefully unprepared for the inevitable challenges and losses that come with aging, illness, and death. We may struggle to find comfort, support, or meaning in the face of these profound existential crises and feel a deep sense of regret or despair over the choices and priorities that defined our lives. The solution to this challenge is not to become morbidly preoccupied with death, but rather to cultivate a healthy and realistic attitude towards our mortality. This means acknowledging the finite nature of our existence and using this awareness as motivation and inspiration to live more fully, authentically, and purposefully in the present moment. It means cherishing our relationships, pursuing our passions, and making a positive difference in the world, understanding that our time on this earth is limited and precious. By confronting our mortality, we can also develop greater empathy, compassion, and understanding for the struggles and suffering of others. We can recognize the universal nature of death and loss, and offer support, comfort, and connection to those grieving or facing the end of life. We can also advocate for greater social and cultural awareness of death and dying, and more compassionate and holistic approaches to end-of-life care. Ultimately, the quote reminds us that the key to a fulfilling and meaningful life is not to avoid or deny death, but to embrace it as a natural and inevitable part of the human experience. By living with the awareness of our mortality, we can cultivate greater presence, purpose, and compassion in our lives, and create a legacy of love, wisdom, and service that endures beyond our brief time on this earth. 6. Not truly living. The final theme addressed in the quote is the idea that by failing to confront death and embrace life fully, we may reach the end of our lives only to realize that we have never truly lived. This observation serves as a powerful and poignant reminder of the importance of living authentically, purposefully, and with intention, rather than simply going through the motions or pursuing superficial goals and distractions. When we fail to confront our mortality and grapple with the deeper questions and challenges of existence, we may live a life disconnected from our true values, passions, and potential. We might settle for comfort, convenience, or conformity instead of taking risks, pursuing our dreams, or standing up for our beliefs. This often leads to a focus on external markers of success, such as wealth, status, or approval, rather than cultivating inner sources of meaning, fulfillment, and joy. Moreover, when we fail to embrace life fully and engage with the world around us, we may miss out on countless opportunities for growth, connection, and transformation. We might not develop our talents and skills, form deep and meaningful relationships, or make a positive difference in others' lives. Consequently, we may become more isolated, anxious, or depressed, struggling to find purpose or belonging in an increasingly complex and uncertain world. This disconnection often results in regret, emptiness, or despair, especially as we approach the end of our lives. We might look back on our choices and priorities with sadness, frustration, or anger, knowing we squandered precious time and energy on pursuits that brought little joy or fulfillment. We may also feel a deep longing for the life we could have lived had we been more courageous, authentic, and intentional in our choices and actions. The solution to this challenge is to embrace life fully and wholeheartedly with all its joys, sorrows, and uncertainties. This means taking risks, pursuing our passions, and living in alignment with our deepest values and aspirations. It involves cultivating meaningful relationships, contributing to our communities, and making a positive difference in the world around us. It also means learning to accept and even embrace life's impermanence and unpredictability, recognizing that each moment is a precious gift and an opportunity for growth and transformation. By living fully and authentically, we can create a life that is rich, rewarding, and truly worth living. We can develop a sense of purpose, meaning, and fulfillment that sustains us through even the darkest and most challenging times, and allows us to face the end of life with peace, gratitude, and acceptance. Additionally, we can inspire and empower others to live more fully and authentically, creating a ripple effect of positive change and transformation in the world around us. Ultimately, the quote reminds us that the key to a well-lived life is not to avoid death or cling to superficial success markers, but rather to embrace life fully and wholeheartedly, with all its joys, sorrows, and mysteries. By doing so, we can create a legacy of love, wisdom, and service that endures beyond our brief time on this earth and inspires others to live more fully, authentically, and purposefully in turn. 7. Conclusion. The profound quote offers a compelling and thought-provoking reflection on the paradoxes and challenges of the human experience. Through its exploration of themes such as nostalgia for childhood, prioritizing wealth over health, failing to live in the present, failing to confront mortality, and not truly living, the quote invites us to examine our own lives and choices, and to consider how we might live more fully, authentically, and purposefully in the face of life's many uncertainties and challenges. Throughout this essay, we've explored each of these themes in depth, highlighting the ways in which they reflect common struggles and experiences faced by many individuals in today's fast-paced, complex world. We have seen how the pressures of adulthood can lead us to feel disconnected from the simple joys and wonders of childhood, how the pursuit of wealth and success can often come at the expense of our physical and mental well-being, and how our preoccupation with the future can prevent us from fully engaging with the present moment. We have also examined the profound and often paralyzing impact of our fear and avoidance of death, and how this can lead us to live in ways that are disconnected from our true values, passions, and potential. Furthermore, we have seen how the failure to embrace life fully and authentically can leave us with a sense of regret, emptiness, and despair, particularly as we approach the end of our lives. In light of these challenges, the quote offers us a powerful reminder of the importance of living with greater mindfulness, intentionality, and purpose. It encourages us to cultivate a balanced and holistic approach to life, one that prioritizes our physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being alongside our professional and financial goals. It reminds us to stay present and engaged with the world around us, to embrace the richness and complexity of each moment, and to approach life with a sense of curiosity, openness, and wonder. The quote also challenges us to confront our own mortality with honesty, courage, and compassion, and to use this awareness as a source of motivation and inspiration to live more fully and authentically in the present moment. It encourages us to cultivate meaningful relationships, pursue our passions, and make a positive difference in the world, with the understanding that our time on this earth is limited and precious. Ultimately, the quote serves as a powerful call to action, urging us to embrace life fully and wholeheartedly, with all its joys, sorrows, and uncertainties. It reminds us that true happiness and fulfillment come not from avoiding death or pursuing superficial markers of success, but rather from living in alignment with our deepest values and aspirations, and from creating a legacy of love, wisdom, and service that endures beyond our own brief time on this earth. By reflecting on the profound insights and lessons contained within this quote, we can gain a greater understanding of ourselves and the world around us, and find the courage and clarity to live more fully, authentically, and purposefully in the face of life's many challenges and uncertainties. In doing so, we can create lives that are rich, rewarding, and truly worth living, and can inspire others to do the same.
Here are 10 terrible signs you're being manipulated, signs so subtle they might be controlling your life without you even noticing. Think about this. Has someone ever made you feel guilty for saying no left you questioning your reality, or used affection as a tool to get their way. These aren't just annoying behaviors, they're calculated strategies to keep you under their control. But here's the twist: you don't have to stay trapped. The ancient Stoics faced manipulation in their own time, and their wisdom can help you recognize and resist it today. In this video, we'll break down these 10 toxic behaviors and show you how Stoic principles can arm you against them. Whether it's emotional coercion, gaslighting, or weaponized flattery, you'll learn how to reclaim your power and build a fortress of inner peace. Stick with me. You'll walk away stronger, smarter, and completely unshakable. 1. Emotional coercion. The silent manipulation. Have you ever felt an uncomfortable weight on your shoulders, like someone was making you responsible for their feelings or decisions? Emotional coercion works this way. It's subtle, yet it has a profound impact on your sense of freedom. A friend might say, "If you don't come to my party, I'll be so hurt." Or a partner might suggest, "You don't love me if you won't do this for me." These statements plant seeds of guilt, fear, or obligation, manipulating you into compliance. Stoicism offers a powerful antidote. It teaches that our emotions and reactions are entirely within our control. Epictetus reminds us, it's not events themselves that disturb people, but their judgments about them. In this case, the manipulator's words are not the problem. Our reaction to them is. Emotional coercion succeeds when we let others' feelings dictate our actions. But as Stoics, we aim to act according to reason and virtue, not emotional pressure. To relate this to my own life, I once had a colleague who was particularly skilled at emotional coercion. They often framed their requests with phrases like, "You're the only person I can rely on," or, "If you don't help me, I'll be in serious trouble." These statements made me feel obligated to prioritize their needs over my own. It wasn't until I started studying Stoic philosophy that I realized how much power I was handing over. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." By applying this principle, I began pausing before reacting. When faced with guilt-laden pleas, I asked myself, am I responsible for their feelings? Is this aligned with my values? I learned to set firm but compassionate boundaries, responding with statements like, "I understand this is difficult for you, but I can't commit to that right now." The beauty of Stoicism lies in its practicality. It doesn't ask us to shut down our emotions, but to manage them wisely. Emotional coercion thrives on our inability to separate others' feelings from our own responsibilities. By staying grounded, assessing situations rationally, and acting in alignment with our principles, we can break free from this subtle yet destructive form of manipulation. In doing so, we regain control over our actions and emotions, preserving our inner peace. 2. Gaslighting, doubting your reality. Have you ever walked away from a conversation doubting what you know to be true? Gaslighting, a tactic often used by manipulators, is designed to distort your perception of reality. It's when someone denies facts, twists events, or accuses you of being overly sensitive to make you question your memory, judgment, or sanity. Statements like, "That never happened," or "Me gestorci, you're imagining things," are hallmarks of this manipulation technique. The Stoics teach us to anchor ourselves in reason and objective reality, protecting our inner clarity from external distortions. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "If someone can prove me wrong and show me my mistake, I will gladly change, for I seek the truth." Stoicism encourages us to focus on facts, not emotions, when evaluating situations. Gaslighting works when we lose confidence in our reasoning, but the Stoic approach empowers us to remain steadfast in our understanding of the truth. In my own experience, I once had a friend who would routinely dismiss valid concerns I raised by saying, "You're blowing things out of proportion." Over time, I started to question whether my feelings were valid. However, I began applying Stoic principles by keeping a journal to document events and conversations. This gave me an objective record to reference, helping me differentiate between my own perceptions and the manipulator's version of events. When faced with gaslighting, pause and reflect. Ask yourself, what evidence do I have for my perspective? Am I being led by reason or by someone else's narrative? If the situation allows, calmly challenge the manipulator with facts. Actually, I remember this differently. Here's what I recall happening. However, the key is not to engage in emotional arguments. They thrive on confusion. Stoicism teaches us that while we cannot control others' actions, we can control our response. Grounding ourselves in truth and logic weakens the manipulator's grip. By trusting our rational mind, we safeguard our confidence and avoid falling prey to gaslighting. 3. Excessive flattery. Sweet words with bitter intentions. Have you ever been overwhelmed by compliments, only to realize later that they came with strings attached? Excessive flattery is a manipulator's tool to gain your trust and lower your defenses. They might say things like, "You're so amazing. No one else could do this as well as you." While it feels good in the moment, it's often a calculated attempt to exploit your desire for approval. Stoicism warns us against attaching our self-worth to others' opinions. Seneca advised, "A wise man is neither elevated by praise nor depressed by blame." Excessive flattery becomes manipulation when we rely on it to feel validated. A Stoic knows that true worth comes from living virtuously, not from the approval of others. I recall working with someone who constantly praised my work, telling me, "You're the best team player we have." I felt proud, but soon noticed a pattern. Every compliment was followed by a request, often for tasks that weren't my responsibility. Stoicism helped me step back and evaluate their motives. Were they genuinely appreciative, or was their praise a prelude to manipulation? To handle such situations, focus on staying humble and grounded. Acknowledge the compliment, but don't let it cloud your judgment. Instead of feeling obligated, calmly assess the request's merit. Say, "Thank you for the kind words, but let me consider if I can help with that." Flattery only works as manipulation when we let it. By cultivating inner confidence and focusing on virtue, we can appreciate genuine praise without being swayed by excessive or insincere compliments. A Stoic mind remains balanced, neither inflated by flattery nor diminished by criticism. 4. Isolation. Cutting you off from support. Manipulators often isolate you from your support system to gain more control over your decisions. They might subtly discourage you from spending time with friends or family, claiming that those relationships are not in your best interest. Over time, you find yourself distanced from the people who provide strength, perspective, and emotional stability. Stoic philosophy emphasizes the importance of meaningful relationships and community. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "We are made for cooperation, like feet, hands, eyelids, or the rows of the upper and lower teeth." This reminds us that human connections are essential, not obstacles to be removed. Recognizing attempts at isolation allows us to remain connected to the relationships that nourish and support us. In my life, I once dealt with someone who constantly questioned my closest friendships. They would say things like, "Are they really there for you?" or "I think they're jealous of our bond." Their subtle remarks made me doubt my friends and rely more on the manipulator for support. But when I applied Stoic principles, I started to see through their tactics. By evaluating relationships objectively, I realized the manipulator's claims didn't align with reality. To counter isolation, actively nurture your relationships and seek diverse perspectives. Stoicism teaches us to act in accordance with reason, and part of that involves valuing the people who truly care for us. Don't let anyone dictate whom you can or cannot trust without evidence. Stay grounded and maintain the connections that bring balance and joy to your life. 5. Playing the victim. Weaponizing helplessness. Manipulators often present themselves as victims to elicit sympathy and shift the burden of responsibility onto you. They might recount endless tales of mistreatment or unfairness, subtly implying that it's your duty to make things right for them. While compassion is a virtue, Stoicism warns us against allowing pity to cloud our judgment. Epictetus advised, "Make the best use of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens." Manipulators exploit your kindness, but it's essential to remember that their circumstances are outside your control. You cannot solve every problem they present, nor should you feel obligated to. I encountered someone who frequently lamented their misfortunes, from financial woes to strained relationships. Initially, I felt compelled to help, offering my time, energy, and resources. However, their problems persisted, and I began to notice a pattern. They weren't seeking solutions, just attention and compliance. Stoicism helped me step back and ask myself, am I truly helping, or am I enabling their behavior? The key to dealing with this manipulation is to approach it rationally. Offer support when appropriate, but set clear boundaries. Ask yourself whether your involvement aligns with your values, or if it simply feeds their dependency. By focusing on what you can control, your actions and intentions, you prevent their victimhood from dictating your choices. 6. Exploiting vulnerabilities, using your weaknesses against you. A manipulator will often identify and exploit your vulnerabilities, turning your fears, insecurities, or desires into leverage. They may subtly remind you of past failures or insecurities, using them to steer your decisions in their favor. Stoic wisdom teaches us to embrace self-awareness and strengthen our inner resilience. Seneca wrote, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." Recognizing and accepting your vulnerabilities is the first step to preventing their misuse. By owning your flaws, you take away the manipulator's power to use them against you. I once confided in someone about my fear of failure in a project. Later, when disagreements arose, they would say things like, "If you don't do this my way, you might regret it later." Their words tapped into my fear, making me doubt my instincts. But through Stoic practice, I learned to confront my insecurities directly. By reminding myself that failure is a natural part of life and a chance to grow, I stopped allowing them to control me through fear. Strengthening your inner fortitude weakens the manipulator's influence. Accept your vulnerabilities, but don't let them define you. A Stoic faces weaknesses with courage and works to transform them into sources of strength. 7. Withholding information, controlling through secrecy. Manipulators often withhold crucial information to maintain control over you. They might selectively share details, leaving you feeling uncertain or dependent on them for clarity. By keeping you in the dark, they can shape narratives and steer your decisions in their favor. Stoicism emphasizes the pursuit of truth and clarity. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Let your understanding be clear and distinct, and your judgments unaffected by mere appearances." To counter this manipulation, a Stoic seeks facts and avoids making assumptions based on incomplete information. I've experienced situations where someone withheld key details in a professional setting, framing the situation in a way that suited their agenda. It wasn't until I asked specific questions and sought other perspectives that I realized I wasn't getting the full picture. The Stoic principle of rational inquiry helped me take a step back and recognize that clarity comes from actively seeking knowledge rather than passively accepting what's given. When you suspect someone is withholding information, remain calm and ask direct, respectful questions. Don't allow fear or frustration to cloud your judgment. Instead, approach the situation methodically, seeking the facts before drawing conclusions. Stoicism teaches us to remain grounded, ensuring that secrecy and uncertainty cannot easily manipulate us. 8. Love, bombing and deprivation, emotional whiplash. Love bombing and deprivation are manipulation techniques that work in tandem. First, the manipulator showers you with affection and attention, creating a sense of dependency. Then they withdraw abruptly, leaving you craving the connection they once provided. This cycle keeps you off balance, questioning what you did wrong and striving to regain their approval. Stoic wisdom reminds us to find stability within ourselves, rather than seeking it from external sources. Epictetus taught, "Freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control." Manipulators use emotional highs and lows to keep you tethered, but a Stoic learns to detach from such extremes and seek balance within. I've faced this manipulation in a personal relationship where intense affection was followed by sudden coldness. Each time, I found myself trying harder to fix the dynamic. Once I embraced Stoicism, I realized their behavior was outside my control. By focusing on my own sense of worth and emotional balance, I broke free from the cycle. To resist this tactic, cultivate emotional independence. Appreciate love and kindness when it's genuine, but don't allow your happiness to hinge on someone else's behavior. A Stoic finds peace in their own actions and principles, not in the fluctuating attention of others. 9. Excessive control, dictating your choices. Manipulators often attempt to control your decisions, dictating how you should think, act, or even feel. They may frame their interference as care or concern, saying things like, "I just want what's best for you," while subtly steering you toward their desired outcomes. Stoicism champions personal agency and the ability to live in alignment with your values. Epictetus wrote, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Manipulators thrive when we surrender control, but the Stoic path is about reclaiming autonomy and making choices based on reason, not external pressure. I once had a mentor who frequently overstepped, insisting their advice was the only path to success. At first, I followed their guidance, but it began to feel stifling. Applying Stoic wisdom, I reflected on my own goals and principles. Were their suggestions truly aligned with what I valued, or was I letting them dictate my life? By setting boundaries and making decisions rooted in my convictions, I regained control. To counter excessive control, calmly assert your independence. Thank the person for their input, but remind them and yourself that the ultimate decision is yours. A Stoic lives authentically, guided by inner principles rather than external dictates. 10. Blaming and shaming. Deflecting responsibility. Manipulators often use blame and shame as tools to deflect responsibility onto you. They may accuse you of being selfish, ungrateful, or incompetent, making you feel as though you're at fault for their shortcomings or failures. Stoicism teaches us to accept responsibility for our own actions while rejecting unjust criticism. Marcus Aurelius advised, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it, and this you have the power to revoke at any moment." When manipulators try to shame us, we can choose not to internalize their words. I've dealt with someone who frequently blamed me for their mistakes, saying things like, "This wouldn't have happened if you had supported me better." For a time I believed them, but Stoic reflection helped me see that their failures weren't my burden to bear. I learned to separate valid feedback from baseless accusations, focusing on what I could control, my own actions and responses. When confronted with blame or shame, pause and reflect. Ask yourself whether the criticism is justified. If it is, take accountability and grow from it. If it isn't, let it pass without allowing it to disturb your peace. A Stoic knows that their worth is not determined by others' judgments, but by living virtuously and staying true to their principles. Manipulation thrives in the shadows, but with the clarity and resilience that Stoic wisdom provides, you now have the tools to recognize and resist it. By identifying these 10 signs and staying anchored in your values, you can protect your peace and reclaim your personal freedom. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to like it. It really supports the channel. Subscribe for more Stoic insights and practical advice to empower your daily life, and I'd love to hear from you. Which of these signs resonated with you the most? Or do you have your own experiences or takeaways to share? Drop them in the comments below. I read and value every single one. Together, let's build a community grounded in wisdom, strength, and mutual support. See you in the next video. Life is a strange and chaotic journey, isn't it? You wake up one morning with a plan, a purpose, or at least you think you have one, and by lunchtime, the chaos of the world has left you adrift. I've seen it countless times. Good, hard-working people feeling lost, unsure of why they're doing what they're doing, questioning whether their lives have any real meaning. I've been there myself. But here's the thing. The chaos isn't the problem. The problem is our reaction to it. That's where Stoicism becomes your guiding light. Marcus Aurelius, one of the greatest thinkers in human history, wasn't just some philosopher cloistered away from reality. He was an emperor, leading a crumbling empire, battling constant wars, personal tragedy, and the weight of an entire civilization on his shoulders. Yet, in the midst of this chaos, he wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." When I first came across those words, it hit me like a bolt of lightning. Here was a man facing struggles far greater than mine, yet he found clarity, purpose, and strength, not by controlling the chaos around him, but by mastering himself. He understood that meaning isn't something handed to you, it's something you construct. It's built brick by brick, decision by decision, on the foundation of what you value most deeply. Think of the last time life threw you off course. Maybe it was a bad relationship, a lost job, or a crushing disappointment. Ask yourself, did you focus on what was within your control, or did you let the chaos overwhelm you? That's the question Stoicism forces us to answer. And in that answer lies the first step toward reclaiming your purpose. Let's start with a simple question. What is Stoicism? Too often people misinterpret it as cold detachment or emotionless endurance, as if the Stoics were robots shrugging off life's challenges, but nothing could be further from the truth. Stoicism is about engagement with life, not avoidance. It's about becoming the best version of yourself in the face of adversity. Think about it. Life doesn't come with a user manual, does it? We stumble, we make mistakes, and we suffer. The ancient Stoics knew this. They didn't live in a utopia where everything went their way. They lived in a world as messy as ours. Seneca, for example, was exiled by a paranoid emperor, and Epictetus was born a slave. Yet these men didn't wallow in self-pity. They didn't point fingers at the unfairness of life. They asked, "What can I do right now with the circumstances I've been given?" Stoicism starts with one powerful idea. There are things in life you can control, and there are things you can't. That's it. It sounds simple, but think about how often we obsess over things outside our control. The weather ruins our plans. A friend lets us down, or a project at work doesn't go the way we hoped. We rage, we despair, we spiral. But the Stoics remind us, you have a choice. You can let these things dominate you, or you can focus on what you can control, your actions, your thoughts, your character. That's where your freedom lies. Marcus Aurelius didn't try to rewrite fate. He wrote himself into a better version of it. And that's the challenge for you. Not to change the world around you, but to master the world within. Only then can you begin to unlock your purpose. Now, let's break down Stoicism into 3 core principles that will help you build a purposeful life. These aren't abstract ideas, they're tools, practical, actionable, and proven over centuries. First, control and acceptance. The Stoics called this the dichotomy of control, and it's as relevant today as it was 2,000 years ago. Think of all the energy we waste trying to control things beyond our reach, other people's opinions, outcomes of events, or even random acts of nature. It's madness. Epictetus put it plainly. Some things are up to us, and some are not. Focus on what's up to you, your choices, your actions, your mindset. Everything else? Let it go. Second, living in accordance with nature. This doesn't mean hugging trees, though that's not a bad idea. It means aligning your life with your innate purpose and the greater good of the world. Each of us has unique strengths, passions, and responsibilities. Purpose comes from embracing them. Ask yourself, are you doing what you're meant to do? Are you contributing, growing, and living authentically? When you are, life feels meaningful. When you're not, it feels empty. The Stoics knew this. Third, the 4 virtues: wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. Wisdom to know what matters, courage to face your fears, justice to treat others fairly, temperance to avoid excess. These aren't just noble ideals. They're the pillars of a purposeful life. When you make decisions rooted in these virtues, you're living in alignment with your highest potential. Stoicism isn't meant to be read. It's meant to be lived. Here are 4 practical strategies to bring Stoicism into your daily life and unlock your purpose. 1. Morning reflection. Start your day with intention. Marcus Aurelius would mentally prepare himself by anticipating obstacles, writing, Today I shall meet people who are meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly. By expecting challenges, you'll respond to them with calm and purpose, instead of being blindsided. 2. Journaling. Every evening write down what you did well and where you fell short. Reflect on whether your actions aligned with your values. Over time, this practice will help you refine your decisions and stay focused on your purpose. 3. Voluntary discomfort. Challenge yourself to step outside your comfort zone. Skip a meal, take a cold shower, or try something new that scares you. This builds resilience and gratitude for what you already have. 4. Gratitude and perspective. When faced with difficulties, step back and see the bigger picture. Seneca said, "Difficulties strengthen the mind as labor does the body." Hardships are opportunities for growth. Life is full of trials, isn't it? And when they come, we're tempted to label them as obstacles, barriers that block our progress. But the Stoics challenge us to see things differently. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." In other words, the very thing you perceive as blocking your path is often the path itself. Think about the last time you faced a major challenge. Maybe you lost a job, struggled in a relationship, or battled self-doubt. In those moments, it's easy to feel defeated. But here's the truth. Those struggles are your training ground. They're the crucible where your character is forged. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" ask, "What can I learn from this?" Every difficulty is a hidden opportunity to grow, to become more resilient, and to move closer to your purpose. The Stoics didn't avoid challenges. They embraced them. They understood that life's trials are not interruptions to our journey, but integral to it. Your obstacles don't define you. Your response to them does. And when you choose to face them with courage and purpose, you turn adversity into an ally. We live in an age of constant distraction. Social media, consumerism, and endless comparisons pull us in 100 different directions. It's easy to feel like you're running in circles, chasing things that don't truly matter. But Stoicism offers clarity. The Stoics teach us that purpose comes from within, not from the approval of others or material success. Seneca said, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it." Reflect on how you spend your time. Are you focused on what aligns with your core values, or are you caught up in fleeting pursuits? Finding purpose doesn't mean making a dramatic life change overnight. It means making small, intentional choices that align with what truly matters to you. If you value family, make time for them. If you value creativity, carve out space to create. Purpose isn't a destination. It's a daily practice of living in accordance with your values. Let's make this real. Grab a pen or simply reflect for a moment. Write down 3 values that matter most to you. Think deeply. What principles guide your decisions? Examples might include honesty, compassion, or growth. Next, identify one way you can embody each of these values today. Be specific. For example, if you value honesty, commit to having an open conversation you've been avoiding. Finally, choose one small action you'll take immediately. Remember, purpose isn't found in grand gestures, but in consistent, meaningful steps. This exercise isn't about finding all the answers right now. It's about starting a conversation with yourself, one that will guide your actions moving forward. The Stoics remind us that life is a series of choices. It's not what happens to you, but how you respond that defines your character and your purpose. Purpose isn't something you stumble upon. It's something you create by aligning your actions with your values. I'll leave you with the words of Marcus Aurelius. Dwell on the beauty of life. Watch the stars and see yourself running with them. You are part of something vast and beautiful, and your life has meaning because you choose to give it meaning. Take what you've learned today and start small. Reflect, act, and grow. The obstacle is the way, and the way leads to purpose.
10. Hidden signs. Your boss doesn't value you, and how to deal with this problem. Have you ever felt invisible at work? You put in hours of effort, exceed expectations, and contribute meaningfully, yet the recognition you hope for never comes. Perhaps your ideas are dismissed, or worse, credited to someone else. This feeling of being overlooked can gnaw at your confidence and make you question your worth. But what if this isn't just a fleeting phase, but a reflection of how your boss truly values you? Recognizing the hidden signs of being undervalued isn't merely about ego or pride. It's about clarity and self-respect. In a Stoic sense, it's about understanding what's within your control. You can't force others to value you, but you can choose to see the signs, reflect on their meaning, and decide how to respond. Ignoring these signals can lead to stagnation, dissatisfaction, and a life where you remain a shadow of your potential. The purpose of this video is simple: to help you identify these hidden signs and take proactive steps toward a more fulfilling career. Each sign we'll explore is a subtle clue, often buried beneath day-to-day interactions, yet significant enough to guide your decisions. Let me offer a disclaimer. Context is vital. People act in ignorance or distraction more often than with malice. Before concluding that your boss doesn't value you, it's wise to pause and reflect. Have an honest conversation if needed, as clear communication can dispel assumptions and misunderstandings. As Marcus Aurelius once said, if you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it. With this wisdom in mind, let's examine these signs, not with bitterness, but with clarity and a focus on what truly matters: your growth and well-being. 1. Lack of acknowledgement for your work. Imagine this: you've stayed late, delivered a project ahead of schedule, or resolved a critical issue that saved the company time and money. Yet, when the team gathers, your boss showers praise on others, leaving your contribution unnoticed. Over time, this pattern erodes your confidence and creates a nagging question: do they even see what I bring to the table? From a Stoic perspective, acknowledgement isn't something we control. Epictetus reminds us, it is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. However, repeated lack of recognition signals something deeper. If your efforts consistently go unnoticed, it may reflect not your worth, but your boss's priorities, or lack thereof. What can you do? Start by documenting your contributions. When the time is right, calmly present them to your boss in a review or one-on-one meeting. Speak not with frustration, but with confidence. For example, I wanted to highlight some projects I've taken the lead on this quarter and discuss how I can contribute further to the team's success. This approach anchors your worth in tangible evidence and invites collaboration. Remember, acknowledgement is a reflection of others, not a measure of your value. Don't let their neglect diminish your internal sense of accomplishment. Seek workplaces or leaders who align with your contributions, but above all, value yourself first. 2. No opportunities for growth. A stagnant role is a silent threat to your potential. If your boss overlooks you for training sessions, fails to mention promotion opportunities, or hesitates to assign challenging projects, it's a sign they don't see you as part of the bigger picture. Growth is not merely an ambition, It's a necessity for your professional well-being. Seneca advises, "As long as you live, keep learning how to live." If your workplace denies you this fundamental right, ask yourself, is this the environment that aligns with my aspirations? To address this, take the initiative. Research growth opportunities within or outside your company. Ask for specific feedback on what skills you should develop to qualify for the next level. A direct conversation like, "I'm eager to grow in my role. What steps can I take to better contribute to the team?" shows your dedication and makes your intentions clear. If no path forward emerges, consider whether staying aligns with your goals. Growth comes from environments that challenge and empower you. If this isn't available, moving on may be the most stoic and self-respecting decision you can make. 3. Micromanagement or overbearing oversight. Few things are more suffocating than a boss who constantly hovers over your work. Micromanagement often stems from distrust, which can make even the most capable employee feel inadequate. If your boss rewrites your emails, double-checks every minor detail, or overrides your decisions, it signals they don't trust your expertise. Or worse, they don't want you to shine independently. A Stoic approach reminds us to separate what we can control, our work ethic and attitude, from what we cannot, such as another's insecurities. As Marcus Aurelius noted, waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be one. To counter micromanagement, focus on building trust. Communicate regularly about your progress and results before they ask. For instance, you might say, "Here's the status of the project and how I plan to move forward. Let me know if there's anything specific you'd like adjusted." This preemptive transparency can ease their fears and allow you more freedom over time. However, if their behavior persists despite your efforts, reflect on whether this is an environment conducive to growth. Being trusted to exercise your skills is essential for professional development. If that's not possible, it may be time to seek a role where your independence is valued. As the Stoics teach, protect your energy and focus on what propels you forward. 4. Exclusion from important meetings or projects. Imagine finding out about a major team decision from a co-worker or being left out of a critical meeting where your expertise would have been valuable. Exclusion from key discussions or projects isn't just frustrating, it's a strong indication that your voice isn't valued. Over time, this marginalization can lead to stagnation, making it difficult to showcase your skills or grow professionally. From a Stoic perspective, this exclusion challenges your sense of belonging, but it's also an opportunity for self-reflection. Marcus Aurelius advises, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Instead of dwelling on the slight, assess whether your skills and contributions align with the team's goals. Sometimes exclusion stems from oversight rather than intent. To address this, assertively yet respectfully, make your desire to contribute known. For example, you could say, "I noticed I wasn't included in the recent project planning session. I'd love to offer my insights and support next time." This demonstrates initiative without accusation. If exclusion persists despite your efforts, reflect on the workplace culture. A team that consistently sidelines you may not value your input, or worse, may not align with your growth goals. Your talents deserve a platform where they can thrive, and sometimes that means seeking opportunities elsewhere. 5. Unclear or vague feedback. Imagine receiving the same generic feedback in every review. "You're doing fine. Keep it up." While it might seem harmless, vague or non-existent feedback leaves you in the dark about your performance. How can you improve, excel, or align with expectations if you're never told where you stand? A lack of clarity signals indifference, a dangerous barrier to your growth. As Stoics, we value self-awareness and reflection. Epictetus said, "Know first who you are, and then adorn yourself accordingly." Constructive feedback is vital in this process, as it provides the mirror we need to see ourselves clearly. If your boss is unclear, take the initiative. Request specific feedback with questions like, what aspects of my work are most valuable to the team and where can I improve? Framing the conversation positively shows that you're invested in growth and not merely fishing for validation. However, if clarity remains elusive, document your achievements and assess your performance independently. Seek input from trusted colleagues or mentors to fill the gaps. Long-term, consider whether a boss who avoids giving clear guidance aligns with your career ambitions. Your development deserves clarity, not apathy. 6. Favoritism toward others. Few workplace dynamics are as demoralizing as favoritism. When one team member consistently receives the best assignments, praise, or perks, it creates an environment of inequality. If you feel like no matter how hard you work, you're always in someone else's shadow, it's time to consider what this pattern reveals about your boss's priorities. Seneca reminds us, we suffer more in imagination than in reality. While favoritism may seem personal, it often stems from biases or comfort zones rather than deliberate malice. However, understanding this doesn't mean you must accept it passively. To address favoritism, focus on what you can control, your own performance and contributions. Maintain a strong work ethic and document your achievements to ensure they're visible. You might also have a candid conversation with your boss, asking, are there additional opportunities where I could contribute and showcase my skills? This shifts the focus from comparison to collaboration. Yet, if favoritism continues unchecked and stifles your opportunities for growth, ask yourself if this is a team you want to invest in. A workplace built on fairness and merit will always provide a stronger foundation for your future. Do not let another's bias define your worth. Your value is determined by your actions, not their preferences. 7. Unfair workload distribution. Picture this. You're constantly assigned the most challenging tasks while others receive lighter workloads or avoid responsibility altogether. Despite your efforts, the extra work goes unnoticed or unappreciated. Over time, this imbalance can lead to burnout and resentment, making you question if you're being exploited rather than valued. From a Stoic lens, unfair treatment is a test of your resilience and perspective. As Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have endured countless misfortunes, yet look, still you stand." However, enduring does not mean enabling. Recognizing when an unfair burden is placed on you is the first step toward change. To address this, communicate assertively but diplomatically. For example, you might say, "I've noticed that my workload is significantly heavier compared to others. I'd like to discuss how we can better balance tasks to ensure everyone contributes equally." By framing the issue as a team concern, you minimize defensiveness while advocating for yourself. If the imbalance persists, consider whether the organization aligns with your long-term goals. While hard work is commendable, a workplace that exploits rather than appreciates your efforts will stifle your growth. Remember, your time and energy are finite. Choose to invest them wisely. 8. Lack of personal interest. A boss who shows no curiosity about your well-being, career aspirations, or personal growth sends a clear message. You're seen as a cog in the machine rather than a valued individual. While professionalism doesn't demand friendship, it does require a basic level of respect and human connection. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus reminds us, "What concerns me is not the way things are, but the way people think things are." A lack of personal interest may stem from a boss who views employees purely in terms of productivity, not individuality. This mindset, while disappointing, reflects more on them than on you. To address this, initiate conversations about your goals and development. share your aspirations with statements like, "I'm eager to grow in my role and would love your guidance on how I can contribute more effectively to the team." This proactive approach demonstrates your commitment and invites them to engage. However, if their indifference remains, remember that your worth isn't dependent on their recognition. Seek mentorship elsewhere and align yourself with leaders who see your potential. Value yourself as a whole person, not just a worker. This mindset is key to navigating such situations with dignity and strength. 9. Low compensation or no raises. You've delivered results, exceeded expectations, and consistently added value to your team, yet your paycheck remains the same. Low compensation or stagnant wages despite proven performance is one of the clearest signs your boss doesn't value your contributions. It's a financial and symbolic reminder that your efforts are being taken for granted. Seneca wisely stated, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor." While this encourages contentment with what we have, it doesn't mean accepting less than you deserve. Compensation reflects respect, both for your skills and the time you dedicate to your work. If you find yourself in this situation, start by researching industry standards for your role. With this information in hand, schedule a meeting with your boss and present a calm, factual case. Based on my contributions and market data, I'd like to discuss adjusting my compensation to reflect my value to the team. If raises are consistently denied or promises remain unfulfilled, consider whether staying aligns with your self-worth. As a professional, you deserve fair pay for your contributions. Pursue roles where your efforts are recognized, both financially and professionally. 10. Frequent criticism without constructive solutions. Criticism, when constructive, is a tool for growth. But when your boss frequently focuses on your flaws without offering guidance to improve, it becomes a source of demoralization rather than development. Over time, constant criticism without solutions can erode your confidence and sense of capability. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Reject your sense of injury, and the injury itself disappears." While criticism may sting, your response determines its impact. Instead of internalizing harsh words, use them as an opportunity to reflect and refine. To navigate this dynamic, seek clarity. The next time you're criticized, ask respectfully, "Could you provide specific examples or guidance on how I can improve?" This shifts the conversation from blame to problem solving and demonstrates your willingness to grow. However, if the criticism remains vague or purely negative, it may reflect more on your boss's leadership than your performance. Surround yourself with mentors and colleagues who provide constructive feedback and encourage your development. A workplace that thrives on tearing others down is not a place for growth. It's a place to outgrow. Value your potential enough to seek an environment that nurtures it. Solutions and how to handle the situation. Identifying these signs is only the first step. What you do next determines whether you grow stronger or remain trapped in a cycle of frustration. As Stoics, we understand that while we cannot control external events, we have full power over how we respond. Here's how you can constructively address these situations. Self-assessment. Before taking action, pause and reflect on your own contributions. Are you meeting or exceeding expectations? Are there areas where you can improve? As Epictetus said, first, say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. Ensure you're fulfilling your role to the best of your ability so you approach the issue with integrity. Open communication. The next step is direct but respectful dialogue. Schedule a meeting with your boss to discuss your concerns. For example, say, "I'd like to understand how I can contribute more effectively and align my goals with the team's objectives. Frame the conversation around growth and collaboration rather than confrontation. This Stoic approach focuses on solutions rather than dwelling on the problem. Document achievements. Keep a detailed record of your accomplishments, challenges you've overcome, and any measurable contributions you've made. This provides tangible evidence of your value. When presenting your case, be factual and calm. Your work speaks louder than emotion. Seek support. If the situation doesn't improve, consider seeking guidance from HR, a trusted mentor, or colleagues. Outside perspectives can provide clarity and solutions you might not have considered. Personal growth strategies. Ultimately, growth is in your control. Invest in learning new skills, networking, or exploring lateral moves. If the current environment doesn't align with your aspirations, it's not failure. It's wisdom to seek a place where you can flourish. As Seneca wisely noted, "As is a tale, so is life. Not how long it is, but how good it is what matters." Recognizing the hidden signs that your boss doesn't value you is an act of self-respect. It's not about bitterness or resentment, but about clarity and growth. Ignoring these signs can lead to stagnation, but addressing them with courage and wisdom paves the way for a brighter future. The Stoics remind us to focus on what we can control, our actions, our responses, and our decisions. You can't always change your boss or your workplace, but you can choose to advocate for yourself, to grow, and, when necessary, to move on to an environment where your contributions are truly valued. Ultimately, your worth isn't determined by others' recognition. It comes from knowing the value you bring and the integrity with which you carry yourself. As Marcus Aurelius said, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." Honor your worth by taking steps that align with your principles and ambitions. Remember, prioritizing your professional growth and mental well-being isn't selfish. It's essential. You deserve a workplace that respects and appreciates your contributions. Take action, stay true to your values, and watch as opportunities that align with your worth unfold before you. If you've experienced these signs, share your story in the comments. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and join us next time for more insights on building a wiser, stronger career.